Good morning, everybody. We're going to call the meeting to order. Council is conducting this meeting. Good morning, Councillor Kester. Council is conducting this meeting in person and via conference call in accordance with the Municipal Government Act, Section 199. Council meetings can take place in person as long as physical distancing of 2 meters can be maintained between participants. At this time, according to Alberta Health, public attendance in council meetings should be facilitated through virtual means. If you've submitted a comment request, the Chair will call on you at the appropriate time. The Chair may also ask for comments and concerns from the public relating to a particular topic, and at this time, phone lines will be unmuted. If you would like to speak, please state your name. We ask that only one member of the public speak at a time. All persons will be allotted 10 minutes to speak as per our procedural bylaw. We ask that if the meeting recesses, that any callers hang up and call back in as the meeting reconvenes. This helps with call quality. Please note this call is being recorded and will be uploaded to our website and/or social media. To eliminate background noise, please mute your phone during the meeting. And we are just getting a little bit of feedback, so I'm going to ask anybody who is calling in to please mute your phone. Everyone has a right to be present at council meetings and council committee meetings. Any attendees that are considered disruptive to the progression of this meeting may be removed at the discretion of the Chair as per the Municipal Government Act, Section 198. We thank you for your cooperation and understanding. We will conduct a roll call just because of the hybrid nature of the meeting. Reeve Link is here. Deputy Reeve Clausen?
Here.
Councillor Wilson?
Here. Councillor
Bigger? Here. Councillor Eichert?
Present.
Councillor Kester?
Here.
Councillor Armstrong?
Present.
Additionally, our voting procedure will be modified for our teleconference meetings. I will call for any councillor who is opposed to a motion to indicate verbally. For any motions with expressed opposition, we will conduct a roll call vote. We have an agenda before us. Does anybody have any additions or changes?
Good morning, Madam Reeve. Brian from administration. I do have a couple pieces of correspondence I'd like to add to the agenda for council consideration. We did receive a letter from the Wheatland County Food Bank. I'm hoping to add that one under correspondence. We also did receive additional correspondence regarding the COVID restrictions and the letter to the draft letter to the Premier. And we also received a letter from the General Manager of the WRC, Leah Jensen, and that has all been circulated to Council as of yesterday. Thank you.
Thanks, CAO Henderson. We'll add those items under correspondence. Any other additions?
I'll move the agenda as amended.
Councillor Armstrong has moved. Is anybody opposed? Motion is carried. We have the minutes from our regular council meeting of February 16th in the package. Any errors or omissions? A motion to approve?
Also move.
Councillor Eichert has moved. Is anybody opposed? Motion is carried. We had the minutes from several public hearings from February 16th. Any errors or omissions?
I'll move to approve.
Councillor Wilson has moved. Any discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 2.1. I move that the process for the Wheatland County Council meeting, as it pertains to the scheduled public hearings, will be as follows. Public hearing, first reading if required, then consideration for further readings of the bylaw for those public hearings that have been closed. I'm just going to ask anybody who's on the phone just to please mute your phone. I further move that the above process will take place with the absence of resolutions to go into and out of council before and after each public hearing. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. This is a public hearing pursuant to the Municipal Government Act. We will be conducting it according to our Procedure Bylaw 2018-19. The Procedure Bylaw prescribes that any presentation shall be limited to 10 minutes unless there is a consent by council to extend the allotted time. For this public hearing specifically, I need to underscore that council's process is restricted by the Municipal Government Act. The project that is the subject of this redistricting application has received approval by the AUC. Section 619(2) of the MGA states that when an application is received by a municipality for a land use bylaw amendment and the application is consistent with the approval granted by the AUC, the municipality must approve the application to that extent that it complies with the AUC approval. Section 619(4) states that any hearing may not address matters already decided by the AUC, except as necessary to determine whether an amendment to the land use bylaw is required. So we are not to hear information on matters already decided by the AUC, and I would ask all submissions be limited accordingly. Does any member of the public have an objection to any councillor sitting on council for the public hearing? And can administration please verify that notice of the public hearing was circulated in accordance with the Municipal Government Act?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. And are there any written submissions further to what's been circulated?
Yes, Madam Reeve, at 11:06 a.m. this morning, we received some circulation, and I believe it was circulated to council.
Does council wish for that correspondence to be read? Or have you all had an opportunity to read it? It was with your package this morning.
To the chair, seeing that the public isn't aware of it, then it should be read. Even though it doesn't mean anything.
So you'd like to have it read into the record? Does administration?
Just Madam Reeve and council, we're just pulling up the written correspondence here to read into the record.
Good morning. Council Sherry Barr is here to present bylaw 2021-02. The first letter is from Cole and Brianne Prager. To whom it may concern, we would like to reiterate some concerns regarding the Strathmore East Solar Project. The AUC and the Elemental have deemed Southwest 9, 24, 23, west of the 4th Meridian, an appropriate parcel for becoming a solar farm. I propose the data used to make this decision is outdated and a matter of opinion versus fact. As local growers in the area, we have seen very productive yields from land likely deemed a lesser quality. By completing a land classification by an impartial third party, it will be able to conclusively determine the best use of this parcel. Unlike previous experts hired and compensated by Elemental, it is in the best interest of the Alberta Utilities Commission and Wheatland County to receive an accurate and comprehensive overview of the land's ability to produce. As farmers, no one is more conscious of being environmentally conscious. We understand the idealism of producing energy via solar power. Our concern is the inappropriate use of quality, farmable land to do so. Based on the estimated data of solar energy outputs, it would not be the best use of resources to utilize precious farmland. The second letter is from Prager Farms Limited, from Herman and Barb Prager. As previously stated, we oppose the East Solar Project. The Alberta Utilities Commission's ruling, Section 619 of the Municipal Government Act, is flawed. The AUC overrules our local county and therefore regulates what will be done with solar projects. We think AUC's lack of agricultural knowledge has led to the approval of the solar project. A project that looks green for the people who overlook the negative effects. Solar infrastructure that requires a backup source of power to provide reliable power. Elemental claims they are creating more jobs. However, we are losing jobs in the agricultural industry. They claim that a solar farm will sequester more carbon than the farmland they are removing. This statement is not true because you are permanently removing the natural cycle of plant growth. They also claim the land is considered poor quality for agriculture. This is also untrue. As adjacent farmers, we know the true productive value of this land. At the hearing, we brought up how the salinity caused by the solar farm will impact our farmland below. Herman felt the AUC did not understand what salinity was or the cause of it because they didn't even acknowledge him or question him on the topic. Elemental's answer to the salinity problem was that their paid third-party experts said that it would take a long time to become a problem. So what is a long time? Somebody will be farming this land for centuries. Salinity is an issue that almost every farmer knows about and is an expert on. Farmers are professionals of the land because of hundreds of years of combined experience. At the Zoom hearing, we overheard Elemental and their lawyers laughing at us farmers for not hiring any experts on the matter. Little do they know we are the experts. The AUC and Elemental seem to believe the land can just be turned back to normal after the project is no longer viable. After 3,000 piles are driven into the ground along with trenching miles of underground wire without stripping the topsoil, the soil will never be the same. As Brenda Shoup states, there is evidently a wide gap between practical knowledge and best intentions. Our hope is that the AUC will take this decision seriously. Farmland takes millions of years to establish and only one solar farm to take it away. Number 65 of AUC decision states, the Wheatland County is the municipal land authority for the projects, and that the evidence on record indicates that the proposed project wouldn't comply with the required 300-meter setback. We oppose this project for many reasons. We are asking Wheatland County to protect our valuable farmland. The Municipal Government Act should be changed so that our Wheatland County elected councilors can have control over our land use in the county.
Thank you.
So the DC bylaw 2021-02 starts on page 19 of your council package. The subject parcel is located south of Highway 1 and west of Range Road 233 within the Southwest 9, 24, 23 west of the 4th Meridian. The location plan can be seen on page 30 of your package. The application to redesignate 140 acres from agricultural general to a direct control district is to facilitate the development of a 20.1 megawatt alternating current commercial solar photovoltaic facility and to align the development proposal with county policies and the Alberta Utilities Commission decisions. The area to be redesignated includes an additional area around the perimeter of the solar panels that will comprise 140 acres as shown on page 31 of your package. The solar panels will encompass 120 acres of the site. Staff circulated the application to external agencies, internally, and to landowners within 2 miles of the site. The comment summary starts on page 38 of your agenda package. There were no concerns raised by external agencies. Internal department comments will be addressed at the development permit stage. Staff received 2 written submissions from adjacent landowners, which are included in the agenda package. The developer is proposing to construct a 20.1 megawatt alternating current commercial solar photovoltaic facility that will produce power to Fortis Alberta's electric distribution system by connecting it to the Alberta Link substation located 800 meters east of the proposed facility. The construction period is expected to last 8 months and will have 40 personal vehicles and 3 flatbed transport trucks accessing the site daily. The developer is predicting this project will create over 100 jobs during the peak construction phase. Once construction is completed, traffic is expected to drop to 1 to 2 personal vehicles per week. Access to the site is shown on page 35 of your council package, and it will be accessed from Range Road 233 through an existing oil and gas road. The applicant has revised the design of the solar development to utilize new equipment that would improve their project's layout. The revised design, shown in decision AUC decision 26038-D01-2020, will result in significantly less equipment being used on site. Initially, the project proposed using 78,000 monofacial 335-watt solar panels, but they've selected a higher wattage bifacial modules that will reduce the number of solar panels to approximately 59,000. The bifacial panels are designed to absorb more light and are oriented to further reduce glare. The panels will also use a standard anti-reflective coating. The design of the inverters was also revised. The inverters being proposed will produce less noise and reduce the number of inverters from 10 to 5. At the decommissioning phase of the development, the developer is required through the Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act and Conservation and Reclamation Directive for Renewable Energy Operations to reclaim the site to a pre-disturbance state. The reclamation obligation can only be discharged after the province has issued a reclamation certificate. Staff reviewed the application against the AUC decision, the relevant statutory documents, and the land use bylaw. The solar project application submitted meets all the requirements of the direct control district bylaw and aligns with the AUC decision. Staff has found the application generally aligns with the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, Regional Growth Management Strategy, and the Municipal Development Plan. Matters discussed at the AUC hearing and decided by the Commission are found on pages 20 and 21 of the package. The summarized list includes references to the relevant paragraphs from the AUC decision. Matters decided in the decision include stormwater runoff and soil salinity, property value impacts, visual and solar glare impacts, the land use and environmental impacts, noise impacts, and municipal bylaw setback requirements. Staff is recommending that Council grant second and third reading of Bylaw 2021-02 as the proposal meets the requirements of the Direct Control District Bylaw, generally supports the strategies, objectives, and policies within the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, Regional Growth Management Strategy, Municipal Development Plan, and AUC Decisions 24266-D01-2020 and 26038-D01-2020. Staff recommendations can be found on page 19. The developer is present on the line if Council has further questions about the development. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Any questions regarding the presentation? Does the applicant wish to speak?
Hi everyone. I'm getting a little bit of feedback. Sherry, is now the right time to go through the presentation, or should we wait? Is now the right time to do that?
Yes, it is.
Yeah?
And just a note, if anybody speaking could just state their name for the public record as well, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, this is Todd Vergalen. Can I make a statement on this?
Oh, sorry. We'll hear from the applicant, and then any persons in support of the application. Then we'll call for any persons with concerns or who are opposed to the application. So I believe it was the developer who had indicated they were going to speak. So we'll start there.
Good morning, everyone. This is Dan Eaton from Elemental Energy. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Eaton. And I will just ask anybody else on the line just to mute your phone. We are having a little bit of feedback.
Great. Do we have the presentation active? I'm just dialed in from a phone, so I can't see, but we do have a short presentation to go along with our remarks.
Yes, please proceed, Mr. Eaton. We do have the presentation up in council chambers.
Excellent.
It's
Great,
just a note. Sorry, Mr. Eaton, just one moment. Is the presentation available to be circulated to Councillor Kester, who's remote?
Is it available? Yes. Yeah, you can, certainly forward it, or would you like us to send it to him?
It's Matt from administration. Yes, we can certainly circulate that to Councillor Kester.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, good morning, council and members of staff. My name is Dan Eaton, and I'm the Director of Project Development with Elemental Energy. Today, we're seeking approval for a land redesignation for our East Strathmore Solar Farm located in Wheatland County. We do have a brief presentation, as I said, and just advancing to the second slide right now. Great. Well, before we start talking about the project, I just wanted to give a brief overview of our company. Elemental Energy is a privately held Canadian developer, owner, and investor in the renewable energy space. We were established in 2008, and we have staff located here in Vancouver, as well as Calgary and Brooks, Alberta. We've got a really experienced team of professionals with expertise developing, financing, building, and owning and operating renewable energy projects. Our operating portfolio consists of 135 megawatts of wind, solar, and hydro projects, primarily located in Canada. We also have a development portfolio, which my team's responsible for, of 800 megawatts. And we're also either currently building or planning to build about 70 megawatts of solar projects in 2021, which are all located here in Alberta or in Saskatchewan. Elemental is the most experienced solar developer in Alberta. In 2017, we built the first utility scale solar farm in the province. The project's called Brooks Solar, and it's shown on the slide in the above picture. And then in the lower picture shows a project that we completed last June called Innisfil Solar. And Innisfil is very similar in size to East Strathmore Solar, and Brooks is just a little bit smaller. And just to clarify as well, so it's really clear, is Elemental Energy wholly owns East Strathmore Solar Project Inc., which is the permit applicant that we're discussing today. So next slide now. So it should be on that slide of a map. Hope we're all synced up here. So this is just really a visual overview of our projects. As discussed, the majority of our projects are in Canada, including the entirety of our operating portfolio that we own. We're also active in the U.S. as well, and this just shows some of our experience, really across different jurisdictions. And as I say, the icons kind of represent the resource type. So we've got sort of a sun icon for solar projects. The water drop is our hydro projects, and then we do have wind farms as well, which are shown by wind turbines. So we do have a pretty wide breadth of experience, but more and more these days, I'd say most of our activity is actually in Western Canada and then primarily in Alberta. Okay, next slide, please. So this should be another map, but of the whole country. So I'm sure as you all obviously know, Alberta is really blessed with an abundance of natural resources, and this obviously includes oil and gas, but fortunately also extends to renewable energy technology. And as you can see, and as I'm sure again you're aware, Southern Alberta really has some of the best sun in the country. And with the economics of solar power continuously improving and really dramatically improving, and Alberta's unique deregulated power grid, we're seeing solar rapidly becoming a new opportunity to add to Alberta's world-class energy supply mix, and was a lot of the attraction for Elemental, starting off with the Brook Solar project and seeing it as, you know, a really great opportunity to be the first in what we saw as you know, a lot of potential opportunities in the solar space. So just with that intro, I'll turn it over to Will to get a bit more into the project specifics. Will, we're not hearing you, just in case. Just FYI, you have to hit star twice to unmute.
Pardon me, Ms. Streeton?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, I'm just going to call a brief 5-minute recess. We've just had Deputy Reeve Clausen need to step out for a moment, so I'm going to call a 5-minute recess. We'll reconvene at 9:31. My apologies. We're going to call the public hearing back to order, back from recess. And Mr. Eaton, you can proceed. We're still on the slide with the solar map of Canada.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, thank you. Please proceed.
Great. Yeah, I was just saying I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Will Patterson to talk a bit more specifically about the project on the next slide, which the one after the map.
Hi everyone, this is Will Patterson. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Patterson.
Okay, great. Okay, so we're now on the slide that says project overview, and I just want to give a quick overview of the proposed project, and which is on the land that we're seeking to redesignate today. So as administration mentioned, the project has a capacity of 20 megawatts AC, 20.1 megawatts AC, which is about enough power to power and to provide electricity to about 4,000 houses. This project is uniquely sited on lands that are identified as least conflict lands by the Mustakas Institute, and or is uniquely 800 meters away from an existing substation. We feel like this project is one of the best uses of this land, and because it represents a very low risk to the environment as determined by the Alberta Environment and Parks, and we're also seeking to have some complementary land use of the project. So while this project is looking to provide energy to the local grid and to the local area, we're also seeking to use sheep to graze, to continue grazing on this land, even through operations, through the growing period. We've been very successful having sheep graze at our solar projects at Innisfail and Brooks. We ran pilot projects in 2020 where we had a few hundred sheep at the sites, and they did very well. And it also reduces our need to mechanically mow the grass, which is also another win. So we've prepared a short video of the sheep at Brook Solar and just how, kind of why we're using sheep on these sites and have been using them in the last year and intend to use them kind of going forward. So maybe what I'd ask is if we can kind of move towards the video now. It's I think 2.5.
We're going to leave them out here all summer, and they're going to graze the existing vegetation out here, and they're going to continue to improve the soil health so more vegetation can grow and we can just keep a healthy stand. Sheep don't They don't jump on the panels, they don't rub, they just want to eat the grass. So just happy with that. When they eat the weeds, if the weeds have reached maturity, once it is gone through the sheep, the sheep are no longer viable because the sheep's stomach runs as hot as it does, it kills the seed.
So how many sheep do we have out here?
We have about 100, so between the ewes and the lambs. Pretty much they just do the work for you. You just let them out and they just eat, so.
And what about the dogs? How do what's their role?
So the dogs out here, they live with the sheep. That is their job. That's all they want to do. They keep predators away, so any coyotes, if they stray dogs or anything comes in, they'll be the first ones to push them away from the sheep and make sure that the sheep live.
Nice. And they're Great Pyrenees?
Yeah, they're Great Pyrenees.
Yeah.
So.
And so they're out on the farm normally, like this is what they do for their...
Yeah, 24/7. They live with the sheep. A lot of people tell me I have 4 dogs. I actually have 2 dogs and I have 2 big sheep.
Nice. And so what's your background? You're an agronomist? Is that right?
Agronomist.
Agronomist,
Yeah,
okay.
so I went to Lethbridge College, got my diploma in soil and plant health, or science, sorry. And I worked for a fertilizer company for 5 years, but now me and my husband farm. We farm about 3,000 acres and have about 50 sheep we run.
So one of the criticisms about utility scale solar is around land use and agriculture.
Yeah.
This seems like just a really great solution. Can you speak to that?
I think this is a great solution. It puts dual purpose into this site. So, you're not just getting the energy off of the panels, you're also bringing agriculture back into this. And I think it's a really good outlook.
Okay.
The video has completed, Mr. Patterson.
Thanks everyone. Yeah, what I wanted to highlight in the video is that, and Dan mentioned it a little bit, is Elemental's a privately owned, family-owned company. There's about 10 people that work at Elemental.
Good morning, Reeve Link. Brian from administration, just to notify you that the presentation has hit the 10-minute mark. If the applicant wishes to continue, it'll have to be by council consensus. Thank you.
Thank you, CAO Henderson. Does anyone on council have a concern if we extend the allotted time?
Estimated amount of time.
We can monitor as we go. Please proceed, Mr. Patterson or Mr. Eaton.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that, we are there's about 10 people working for Elemental, and each one of our projects is a unique project to us, and we are personally, very attached to these projects. We have a long-term investment mindset as well, so it's not like we are just developing these projects and necessarily running away with no thought to the future. So that's why I just want to highlight the sheep videos, because the vegetation management and soil management of these projects is extremely important, and that's why we put so much emphasis on our erosion and sediment control plans, environmental protection plans, weed control plans, and all of the different, speaking to all the different experts. And that's why Alberta Environment and Parks has really stepped up what they care about and is requiring us to do pre-disturbance site assessments, where we actually have to monitor the soil profile throughout the site, and that has already been done. And we could even share those results with the county if that's needed. But maybe just to move on, just in light of time here, if we can move to the next slide. So this provides a general overview of the development timeline for the project. The project was originally developed and originated in 2016 and 2017 by Jeff Vergowan and Kolya Vainstein. And then these are the original developers that originally started speaking with the county and started consulting with the local stakeholders as well, and applied to the AUC, kind of letting it go that way. Elemental got involved in the project in 2019, and that's when we first sat down with the county administration. We gave a few members of the county administration a tour of Brook Solar, and continue to kind of consult with the county to make sure that they were aware of kind of the project, and to answer really any questions that we had, and to make sure that they understood kind of where we were at with the project as well. this just gives a high-level overview of what the project has been looking like. And, recently we've been working with the county a lot through kind of 2021 and late 2020 to go through the municipal process. And it's been a helpful process going through the land redesignation and now potentially the development permit. So really look forward to the county's consideration of the land redesignation first of all, and then potentially the development permit. Maybe just to speak quickly on the community benefits, I'll just give a quick overview here, but this project will present about $4 million in tax revenue to the county through its life, which is a fairly significant amount, and will create over 100 jobs during construction and 3 or 5 full-time equivalent jobs throughout operations. Through our Brook Solar project, that project directly resulted in about $5 million in direct economic activity throughout the county, and we would expect this project's a little bit larger, but we'd expect that amount to be very similar. So through construction, we expect $5 million of direct economic activity, whether it's at hotels or whether it's engaging local contractors through construction, and over $7 million in Alberta. And maybe just to re-emphasize again is that on the community and how Elemental takes an approach to our projects, we've established community benefit funds for every one of our operational projects. What's one of the key cornerstones of Elemental's vision and mission is we develop projects that benefit the community, and we are very hopeful to do that here. Recently, we launched the very first community generator project in partnership with the town of Innisfail, with our Innisfail solar project. And in that project, we just released a fee assistance program that helps residents that are financially challenged participate in things that aren't available, that maybe not available to them. And that's been a pretty good success story so far, and we have similar stories in the county of Newell. And we're interested in working with the county to create a similar community benefit fund for this project to address the specific needs of this community and to work with the county to identify what those needs would be. And maybe just on the kind of the second last slide here to summarize, we believe the East Strathmore Solar Project has been responsibly sited and developed. It's on lands identified as least conflict, and it's very unique in the sense that it's close to an existing substation that has capacity. We really believe that this project will benefit the county and its residents for decades, not just during construction, but also throughout its operation, whether it's through reliable taxes or jobs. We really feel like this project presents really a win for the county of Wheatland. So just wanted to kind of open up the floor and just to open up the floor for the county, and just to say that we're very proud of our work to date and happy to answer the county's questions, whatever they may be, on our proposed project and on the land redesignation application.
Any questions? And just a reminder, as usual, we'll keep questions within the public hearing, and debate will follow the closure of the public hearing. Hearing no questions.
I got one.
Yep, please go ahead, Councillor Kester.
I don't know if it's for my own edification. I know I'm aware of, or I've heard of, I guess, some projects, say a new building, or they're using solar power to run it. I don't think they're hooked up straight to the solar farm. They're hooked up to the grid. Is there a way, or do companies say, well, all the power we're producing here is what satisfies the needs of this particular other project to make it more sustainable? Just for my own peace of mind, I guess.
This is Will Patterson from Elemental. Is your question, will a certain project offset a certain amount of? Maybe I could just understand your question a little bit more.
Okay. Say we want to build a lodge in Strathmore, and we know the future is for green energy. And if we had a solar farm powering the lodge, or your commitment that so much of your power will be utilized in the lodge, is there a way you can do that, or do you do that, or you just sell it to the grid and it goes wherever it goes?
Yeah, this is Danny from Elemental. I can try to answer that. That's a really good question. Yeah, there's sort of different ways to go to answer that, I guess, or to sort of solve that objective. Sometimes people will do on-site generation, so panels on the lodge, for instance, and they will directly utilize the energy as it's generated on site, and if there's extra, it goes out to the grid. But a lot of times, it's not something that's possible. So you can do an off-site generation project where you either enter into an agreement with the project to purchase electricity and or what we call energy attributes from the project. Typically, we typically see that for larger than say a sort of a lodge to do that offsite. Sometimes companies will actually do directly do these agreements with us, and that's actually been a model on some of our projects where they've got a large load in Alberta and they want to offset it with clean energy, and we'll do a direct agreement with them to sell them the power and the attributes. So the details on how you do that, there's quite a bit of nuance to it. But one of the nice things about Alberta is it's also quite a flexible province because of the deregulated nature of the grid. It facilitates a lot of entrepreneurial deals like that to be made.
Any other questions regarding the presentation? Are there any persons in support of the application who wish to speak?
Hi, yes. Darcy Morgan here, just a sound check.
Yep, we can hear you, Mr. Morgan. Please proceed.
Right, so there are, that I know of 4 persons wishing to speak for the project. I'm in deference to them. I'm going to ask Erica Morgan to proceed, followed by Ryan Morgan, then Thomas Morgan. So I'll relinquish the floor to Erica.
Hello, this is Erica. Can everyone hear me?
Erica, if you can just state your full name just for the record, please.
For sure. My name is Erica Morgan.
Good morning. Please proceed.
Oh, hi. Thanks. I am the daughter of one of the landowners, Darcy Morgan, and I represent the 4th generation of our family who has been farming this land for decades. And as part of that generation, I expect to continue through my lifetime to be part of the ongoing responsible ownership and stewardship of this land. Today, I would like to speak in favor of the proposed project. I have 3 main points I'd like to address. These issues have already been touched on in the administration's report, so I will be brief in reviewing them, but I just wanted to highlight them as they relate to the project. The first point I'd like to address is the issue of environmental safety. With regards to the proposed land use, the AUC report has determined that should the project proceed as proposed, soil salinity and water drainage will not be materially impacted. And the report also determined that wildlife habitat has been noted and appropriately protected. The second point I would like to address is the noise mitigation impact of the project. And just note that the AUC report has determined that the project will not create unreasonable noise. Even so, the equipment has been revised to minimize any potential noise. And the last point I will touch on is the visual impact mitigation related to the project, and that the AUC report has also determined that the project does not create any unreasonable glare And even so, the solar equipment has again been revised to minimize any potential glare. Thank you. That concludes everything that I have to share.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan.
Hi, good morning. My name is Brian Morgan.
Good morning, Mr. Morgan. Please proceed.
Hi, I represent part of the fourth generation of the Morgan family. My father is one of the landowners on the property in question. I'm here to speak in favor of the redesignation of the land for its future use. With regards to consideration of the neighboring properties, our family has gone through a great length with the developer to ensure this project will put not a burden on existing land, neighbors, whether it be human or animal. In particular, a large 7-acre portion of this quarter in the northwest corner has been left out of the project to preserve habitat and also to help with keeping the project out of direct line of sight. An even larger 7-acre piece on the north side is also being left away from the project to accommodate a shelter belt and keep away from the neighboring pasture to the closest neighbor to the north. The developer has updated the solar equipment that will be utilized on site to reduce the potential noise and glare. We believe these actions and measures are fair and reasonable in addressing our neighbors' concerns. Our family has a history of positive and strong leadership when it comes to economic development in the community. In the 70s, a runway and hangar was built on the farm to allow my father, Tim, to further develop his career in aviation. Eventually, Tim and Darcy Morgan and others founded WestJet Airlines, which is a peak employment of 14,000 people, many of whom resided in Wheatland County. We believe this project will have an immediate impact on Wheatland County's economic development and diversity. Construction jobs will be created along with this project would not occur otherwise. I'm saying this with first-hand knowledge, being an independent contractor, being able to bid on various aspects of the project along with others in the areas. For this reason, we believe the redesignation should be given the green light and allowed to proceed. Thank you, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Good morning. It's Tim Morgan.
Good morning, Mr. Morgan. Please proceed.
Yes, good morning. My name is Tim Morgan. I'm one of the owners of Southwest of 9, and I was raised on the Barry Morgan farm. The Barry Morgan family have owned Southwest of 9 for many decades, and various family members have noted contributors to the Crowfoot community and the county of Wheatland since 1913. The family ran one of the first or the first hardware store in Strathmore before becoming farmers, and we've been noted contributors to the governance of the WID. For example, my grandfather was the engineer who designed and helped construct the project. My great-uncle Hugh Barry was instrumental in establishing the seed cleaning plant in Strathmore and the sustainment of St. Michael and All Angels Church for many decades. The Barry Morgan family has demonstrated good judgment in caring for the land during several decades of ownership of Southwest of 9. When seepage from a WI ditch caused salination of portions of the adjacent quarter, the family returned the affected soil to grassland, resulting in a loss of farming revenue of the family, but preserving the land. When a power line was proposed between the Cavalier gas plant and the nearby electrical substation, we made our land available to host the power line without objection. When the nearby ferrous nitrogen plant and the substation were proposed, we were required to change our access road on the northeast of 4. We did so without objection. We did these things knowing the common good is to be considered when determining land use, and the AUC has ruled that this project is in the common good. We, the owners of Southwest of 9, have a right to determine the highest and best use of our land. We recognize that others have a different opinion about land use, and we welcome them to exercise their opinions on their land. We emphasize that this proposed solar power installation is neither permanent nor irreversible. Some of the future use of land may cause the solar equipment to be decommissioned and removed. That future use may be a return to farming. The land will not be irreparably harmed, and this is confirmed by the administration's report to council and is further reinforced by the leasing agreement we have provided to the developer, which requires the developer to return the land to the same farmable condition. In the meantime, we agree with and support the project operator's intention to pursue mixed use of the land by having livestock graze the property during the lifetime of the solar project. This is the best and highest use of our land. We are, of course, in favor of this project, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Is there anybody else who would like to speak in support of the application?
Hi, to the meeting manager, this is Darcy Morgan.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Morgan. Please proceed.
Thank you for the time. I wish to speak to 3 issues, and I'm pretty sure I'll be under 10 minutes. Those 3 issues are in order. The historical context of this project, the equitable treatment of landowners, and lastly, landowner rights. With regard to the historical context of the project, we, the landowners of the southwest of 9, didn't originate the idea of this proposed solar power project. We were introduced to the idea of the project by an adjacent landowner who now speaks against the project. Before we were involved, that neighbor had been working with the original power developers Jeff Vergowan and Kolya Weinstein. The neighbor invited us to their house and shared with us the idea of placing the solar project most likely on their own land, which is next to our land, the southwest of 9. We listened, we asked questions, we understood that there might be an impact to us, but we did not object to the plan. It was only later that the developer approached us with the idea of shifting the project to our land, where it is now proposed on the southwest of 9. We bring this to light because we don't want to be painted as opportunists who are ambushing our neighbors with this project. This was first their idea before it was ours. We thought it was an idea with merit when they introduced it to us, and we still do. Having said that, and this is important for us, we fully respect the right of our neighbor or anyone to change their opinions at any time and to have opinions that are different than ours. With regard to the equitable treatment of landowners, second point, other nearby landowners have been permitted to make alternative uses of their farmlands, other than farming. In the general vicinity of this proposed project, there are an electrical substation, the Ferris nitrogen plant, the Cavalier gas plant, the Strathmore seed cleaning plant, and notably even the head office of the County of Wheatland. We understand that some believe that farmland should remain farmland forever, and we respect their opinion. But clearly that is not the standard applied locally. We should not be arbitrarily prevented from making an alternative use of our land, just as others have not been arbitrarily prevented from making alternative uses of their land. To my final point, which is landowner rights, like all landowners, we are provided with the right to make the decision of how our land should be used, so long as we meet with legal, legislative, and safety requirements. The facts in the administration's report to council declare unequivocally that this proposed project meets with those requirements. As landowners, we exercised good governance over properly conducted and thorough application processes since 2016. In doing so, we have overseen the investment of hundreds of thousands of dollars since 2016. All the while with care and consideration for the land and for the environment, for our neighbors, and for the community. Once again, we believe that this is clearly stated in the administration's report to council. In summary, we would not be permitted to determine what others do with their land, and nor do we believe that others should be permitted to determine what we do with our land. We are here today to represent our right to use our land in a responsible manner, and to show that we are prepared to do what it takes to protect and defend our rights as landowners. We ask that council recognize us, and we ask them to support our rights as landowners, responsible landowners. This concludes my comments, and I'll return the floor to the meeting manager.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Is there anybody else who would like to speak in support of the application? Is there anybody who would like to speak with concerns or who is opposed to the application?
Hi, this is Rod Bergowan. Can you guys hear me?
You bet. Good morning, Mr. Bergowan. Please proceed.
Hi. Thank you. The application to redesignate should not be approved as currently submitted. The AUC has stated in their decision that this project is to be located on a single quarter of land southwest of 9/24/23 west of the 4th. And in the conditions, ESSPI has committed to increasing the setback along the northern property line to 175 meters. This statement makes the northern boundary the quarter line between the southwest of 9 and the northwest of 9. The current proposal sets the project 26 meters from the northern property line, which does not comply with the AUC conditions. There is no reference to a setback map in the AUC decision, so how can this be submitted in application to council? In discussions with county staff on February 24th, I was informed that they are not following this directive, but are trying to determine intent and viability instead of complying with the AUC decision and commitment by ESSPI. It is not county staff position to do either of these. It disturbs me a lot and upsets me about this recommendation. Staff did not attend the AUC hearing to support the Energy District bylaw and the setbacks that were in place at that current time. So they have no knowledge of what the intent should be. The recommendation to council should be to uphold the AU decision and increase the setback to 175 meters from the northern property line. The AUC decision has the project sited on 120 acres, and this application that's being presented to council is for 140 acres. These inconsistencies between the AUC approval and county application should not be permitted or approved. This condition imposed by AUC and requested by ESSPI makes council's decision very easy. You're not challenging Rule 619, you're strictly upholding the decision that the AUC put in place, and this application must be refused as presented. The commission also directed ESSPI to plant a vegetative barrier along the northern boundary to mitigate the visual impacts of the project to the height of the solar panels. The adjacent residences should not be affected visually at any time, so the installation of this barrier should be a prerequisite of approval. ESSPI intends to reseed with a suitable perennial crop. There'd be no way to effectively establish a perennial crop after construction. The amount of traffic required for construction would pulverize the soil and destroy soil structure, leaving it very vulnerable to wind and water erosion that is very detrimental to the environment. The condition for this project must be to have properly established perennial crop prior to any construction. Another condition by the AUC is that unless otherwise authorized by the commission, construction of the power plant shall be completed by June 30th, 2021. This company has publicly stated that construction will last at least 8 months, putting them in non-compliance to commission approval. Now, in regards to the initial consultation of this project, we did originate consultation to understand the impacts of large-scale solar, and we did that in conjunction with our neighbors, and we worked to properly place, if a project was ever thought of, to respect all the neighbors that surround and the residences that currently live in the county and contribute greatly to what the organizations are. So this will be my statement for today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Vergowan. Is there anybody else who would like to speak with concerns or opposed to the application?
Through the chair, just for clarification, I'd like to ask staff, there is a development permit following this?
Through the Reeve to council, that's correct.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak with concerns or in opposition to the application? We'll give the applicant an opportunity to address the comments presented or submitted in writing.
Hi, everyone. This is Will Patterson speaking. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please proceed, Mr. Patterson.
Okay. I just wanted to highlight that some of the concerns that we heard is in terms of the project not complying with the AUC rules. The project design that is in front of you, at least that will be in front of you for the development permit, and the lands that are seeking to be rezoned for the rezoning, the land redesignation, are the exact same that is in the AUC approval. So just encourage the county council to review that. I believe administration has already accurately summarized that the project does align with the AUC approval. The project, one of the other concerns that was raised was about the construction timeline. I just want to raise that while the construction timeline is currently set for July or June, what we currently, the AUC permit will set a construction deadline date, and an applicant can extend that date, or can apply to extend that date, which is very common. We actually just recently did this for our Brooks 2 project, which we extended from, we applied at the end of January, and the construction completion date was the end of January, and it was approved to extend it past that date. So again, that does not raise a concern for us, and again, it is in compliance with the existing AUC ruling. In terms of vegetation management, we have spoken to professional agrologists on this issue to make sure that our erosion and sediment control plan, environmental protection plans, and weed control plans are as robust as they can be, and that we are taking a responsible approach to vegetation management. This will be our third solar project built in Alberta. We've already built 2, and through that experience, we've gained a lot of knowledge about soils and vegetation management. And not only do we build the project, develop them, construct them, and build them, we've also owned and operated them. So we are the owners and operators. So if there are any vegetation management issues, then we are the ones dealing with them. So it's in our best interest to address them now and as best as they can be. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Just a question, if you could elaborate on how the application complies with the AUC decision.
In the entire application complies with the AUC decision. So I'm not sure if there's a specific part that you'd like me to clarify.
The setback specifically.
Yeah. So on the setback, what was committed to during the AUC was we noted in our designs that we showed a 26-meter setback from the property line. And that is the exact same setback that we have right now. The way the maximum setback is what we said was approximately 175 meters, and that's what we communicated during the AUC hearing, and that is what Mr. McGowan is referencing. That maximum setback at its furthest point, as referenced in our evidence and our argument and our final argument and our oral testimony through the AUC hearing, is the single furthest point of a setback, and it was an approximate measurement at the time. So the fence line that we proposed and that was approved in the original AUC process, which is proceeding 24266, does comply, as well as the application that we're putting forward today. The design is the exact same design that was approved by the commission in proceeding 26038. So in terms of the setback, there is 100% compliance with the AUC's proceedings and approvals.
And if you can just specifically speak to page 37 of the council package. It's the East Strathmore Solar Project. More of like a schematic map.
Sorry, there's a schematic map?
Yes, it's on page 37 of the council package. I think the top right corner says Spark Power, I think. Or...
One second, I'm just pulling it up. This is under the DP application, the DP 2021.
Under the redistricting, the application we're currently looking at. It's got the measurements and the distances. The preliminary design, not for construction site plan.
Excuse me, through the read to council, it may be Mr. Patterson on page 36 of the agenda package, right. The revised package.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find that. I'm just on the Wheatland County's website here.
I'm just wondering through the chair if that's even relevant, as this is a redesignation bylaw and we can't put conditions on a bylaw. That has to come at the development stage. So these issues can all be dealt with at the development stage and looked at, but as a redesignation, we cannot put conditions on the bylaw.
No, just looking for clarification around the alignment between the application and the AUC decision, just with the concern that was raised.
Is it possible for someone to send me this document that's being referenced?
Excuse me, Mr. Patterson, it is the updated site plans that were submitted to the AUC and as part of your submission to the direct control and development permit applications. It's the one that shows the solar panels with 26-meter setback and the layout for it.
Yeah, okay.
Specifically just looking for the reference to the 175 meters.
Yeah, okay. So I'm just pulling up that plan. In the original application, so in the original AUC proceeding, which is the 24266, if you look at the original site plan, the property lines are not shown on that site plan, which caused, and so when we measured the 175 meters, it's from the furthest point of the property line, which is jagged on the northern edge. So if you look at the northern edge of the property line, it's not just the quarter section, it extends beyond that to the north. And from that furthest point to where the panels start is approximately 175 meters. The approval from the AUC is really for the fence line and what the project looks like. And that is what we've clearly demonstrated through all of these proceedings. The minimum setback, as administration has noted, is 26 meters, and that is from the property line along the northern edge at its shortest point to the fence.
Any other questions from council? Does staff have any final comments?
No further comments, thank you.
Sorry, just 1 second. Going to close the public hearing for bylaw 2021-02. I am going to move us into closed session under FOIP section 24, advice from officials. Is any councillor opposed? And I will just ask the public to stay on this phone line. We will be coming back into open session following our closed session.
This call is being recorded.
Just confirming, Councillor Kester. Just confirming, Councillor Kester, that you're back on the line.
It's confirmed.
Perfect. I would just like to ask administration just to reiterate, just to clarify the setback, that 175 meter setback, please.
Through the read to council, in referring to page 12 of the AUC decision, paragraph 69, I'd like to read it for those that don't have it in front. Lastly, despite the fact that the project is not in compliance with Wheatland County's land use bylaw setback requirement, East Strathmore Solar Project Inc. has committed to increasing the setback along the northern property line to 175 meters at its furthest point in order to address the concerns raised by the Virgoans. And as a result of this change, the project will be located between 325 and 350 meters from the closest residential dwelling, the Virgoans. The Commission has considered this commitment in making its decision. It considers that the increased setback committed by the East Strathmore Solar Project will minimize the noise, solar glare, and visual impacts of the project on the Virgoans, and is therefore reasonable in the given circumstances. The Commission strongly encourages East Strathmore Solar Project to continue to work with Wheatland County to seek a resolution of the setback issue arising from the county's land use bylaw. Staff took this paragraph along with other paragraphs that were mentioned in this decision, as well as the minutes taken from the AUC hearing. There was originally discussion and maps showing that the original setback of the northern quarter section property line to the fence line was approximately just slightly over 3 meters. There was discussion of increasing that to 26 meters. And in reading this, and as we were establishing the land use bylaw for the direct control district to seek compliance with this paragraph, we reviewed several things, and what stood out the most was trying to first identify where the 175 meters and the measuring that was mentioned by Mr. Patterson, but we had difficulty with the maps that were used and what we had that was submitted to AUC. So we went with map 37 of the agenda package that was submitted, as well as the previous map 36. And when we looked at this, what the resulting change that AUC was looking for, because they stated it very clearly in the fourth line of that paragraph, As a result of this change, the project will be located between 325 and 350 meters from the closest residential dwelling, the Virgoins. The last sentence of that paragraph, they didn't come right out and say that it must be or gave us a decision that gave us a distinct setback, but encouraged both parties to work together to amend the county's land use bylaw for compliance. So in reviewing this, we established the direct control bylaw and set the northern setback of the solar project, which is the redesignated area as shown in this fence line, that we established that setback from the nearest residential dwelling to be a minimum of 175 acres, knowing that measuring from that distance, we would achieve these distances as shown on map 37 of the agenda package. We would achieve from the northwestern property a minimum of 290 and from the Virgoins residence 350 meters.
Thank you for that clarification. Just a note, consistent with other decisions regarding this application, we will be doing a recorded vote. Any other questions from council?
I'd like to just state that I'd like to thank the residents that spoke on the phone and sent in their letters, and thank them for their presentations. And apologize to them because we have no, as far as I'm concerned, I have no alternative but to vote in favor of this, regardless of my preferences, whether I agree with it or disagree with it. But I have to, under the Municipal Government Act, because of the authority that they've given RCB or the ERCB or the AERA. So I will be voting in favor of the redesignation, but not because I'm in favor or because I'm not in favor of the redesignation, simply because I'm forced.
Does administration have any final comments?
No further comments.
And just from Matt from administration, just to give some level of comfort, ultimately what staff crafted for the direct control district bylaw is in terms of setbacks and closest, as manager of planning Sherry Byers just pointed out, the setbacks are somewhat above and beyond of what we interpreted for the best results for both the project and the adjacent property owners as well, including what was stipulated in the AUC decision, and it'll closely reflect the development permit as well, just for council's level of comfort. Thank you.
Council's wishes.
Second reading.
Councillor Armstrong has moved second reading for the redistricting. We will do a roll call vote, recorded vote. Reeve Link is in favor. Deputy Reeve Lawson.
In favor, and I'd like to thank Mr. Armstrong. He said it better words than I could have. Probably would have cost him sworn, so I just silent. But I feel the same as you. We have no choice.
Councillor Wilson.
Opposed.
Councillor Bigger. In favor. Councillor Eichert.
Favor, but I hear Councillor Armstrong's.
Councillor Kester.
In favor.
Councillor Armstrong.
Favor. So I'll move third reading.
Councillor Armstrong has moved third reading of bylaw 2021-02. Reeve Link is in favor. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
In favor with regret.
Councillor Wilson.
Opposed.
Councillor Bigger. Favor. Councillor Eichert.
Favor.
Councillor Kester.
In favor.
Councillor Armstrong.
same comments as second reading. I'm in favor of third reading.
Motion is carried.
Now that we've got those over, can I put an amendment, motion on the floor that staff bring back an amendment to the land use bylaw that does not put us in this position again with public hearings in our bylaws, so that anything that's put in place by the provincial government through these 4 or 5 bodies not come to a public hearing.
Comment?
Bring it to a committee. Yes, we will. We intend to put forward a report and bring it to the next committee of the whole for council's consideration and direction.
Thank you.
You want that as a motion?
Yes, we should, Madam Reeve.
Okay. Just a consideration, just not knowing exactly what the report might involve. Like, is it appropriate for it to be a direction to amend the land use bylaw or to explore options around this? I just don't necessarily know the best way to deal with it.
So we'll work on the options during committee of the whole, and then from there we'll bring back an amendment to council. So just to council, we have, as a planning and development department, developed 2 options, and we have a little bit more refinement to do. But those 2 options, just for your information and to my knowledge, it will provide more of a streamlined approach, whereby it eliminates some of what we've just gone through with the previous application.
Would both options require amendments to the land use bylaw? Okay, perfect, then that's fine. Motion on the floor, any discussion or debate?
What's the motion?
To direct administration to amend the land use bylaw, and I believe it's implied that options will be brought back for council consideration. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 2.21, Development Permit 2021-015.
Good morning. I'm Suzanne Hayes, Development Officer with Wheatland County, and the application is DP 2021-015, as you know. So many of the details of the application have already been discussed at length, so I'm not going to get into a lot of that. However, I will go through some of the circulation comments. The circulation map is on page 50. We did circulate to surrounding landowners within 2 miles. It was done in conjunction with the redesignation circulation, so many of the comments that came back were sent to Manager Sherry Bears, and so she addressed all of those already. What I will address is the ones that came back from internal staff. So internally, we did have a comment from Transportation and Infrastructure requesting conditions be added for an access easement and a road use agreement. So the access easement across, that it be registered on title for their access across private lands in order to get to the facility, and also a road use agreement for intensive use of the county road. And those conditions have been added to this application. So there is some merit to having some conditions. We can at least provide something for our road use and our road care. So the Deputy Regional Fire Chief, I had requested if there would be an ERP required. He said no. If there was a fire, we would stay out of defense area as an electrical fire. And the biggest, our biggest stance at that point would be to protect the fire from spreading to adjacent properties. So he did not recommend that an ERP be added as a condition. During the AAC hearing, the applicant had committed to submitting a stormwater management plan, so they have done that. It has gone back and forth between their engineers and our engineers, and they are just doing the final tweaks before it receives county approval. I did receive one response from agencies. The WID had some comments regarding crossing agreements and for certain locations, and I did add that as a note. The applicant has let me know that they've already been in discussions with the WID, so that is underway. In conclusion, this application does meet the requirements of the DC District 21 and the setbacks prescribed within that district. So council is, staff is recommending that council approve DP 2021-015 for solar facility, given it complies with the relevant AUC decisions and the DC 21 land use district, subject to the conditions as proposed. And council has their standard 3 options found on page 47, and they can choose either to accept, to not accept, or to approve an alternate recommendation. And that concludes my presentation. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Through the chair under the recommendations, there documents in there.
Turn your mic on, please.
It is on.
Now I hear ya.
Okay. I got my mask hanging on my thing, that's why. So I don't scatter spit. Anyways, should there not be a condition in there to deal with the setbacks that the developer worked closely with the county to maintain all the setbacks, just so that it's in the conditions? Don't see it in there.
I think number 3.
Correct. This application does meet the setbacks prescribed in the DC 21 bylaw, and that's what condition 3 stipulates.
Doesn't tell me that though when I read it. That was a big part of the discussion and the opposition. So somewhere in there, that should somehow change the wording so that setbacks are part of that. You know what it says, and I don't know what that tells me.
Which includes setbacks.
Be interpreted. I'm reading that. I come in off the street, read that.
So if I were to add to that condition that says the application must meet the minimum requirement of 175 meter setback from the northern property line of redesignated area to any residential dwelling. That's what you would like to see in there?
Or just the word including setbacks. Councillor Bigger had suggested just
that it includes setbacks.
Development shall proceed according to Direct Control District 21 requirements, including setbacks. So then it would encompass all of the required, like whatever those would be. Any other questions? Council's wishes.
I'll make the motion that council approve DP 21-015 for solar facility, given that complies with relevant EUC decisions and the DC 21 land use district, subject to the following revised.
Any debate? So just for clarification, the revision is to add the word in condition 3, will redevelopment shall proceed according to Direct Control District 21 in brackets DC 21 requirements, including setbacks, and the applicant must comply with all applicable provisions of the Wheatland County Land Use Bylaw, just so we're all clear on the specific wording of the condition. Is any councillor, well, we'll do a recorded vote as well. Reeve Link is in favor. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
In favor.
Councillor Wilson.
Opposed.
Councillor Bigger.
Favor.
Councillor Eichert.
Favor.
Councillor Kester.
In favor.
Councillor Armstrong. Motion is carried. We'll move to 2.22, Development Permit 2021-14.
So the application before us is for a variance for an existing shed, and it is located within the Lakes of Muirfield. If you go to page 59, you'll see the location plan. No, that's not the page anymore. It is now page 62. So 62, within the Lakes of Muirfield, you can see the location plan and also Appendix B on the same page. We see that we circulated to adjacent landowners +1. We did receive 2 responses in support of the application. They came in after the report was completed, but I believe you guys received those responses. Is that correct? Okay, good. So both mentioned several other sheds along the rear property boundary not meeting the setback, and also questions about the 10-foot setback. So I did respond to the person that sent in those inquiries and said that the setback was put in place to align with the architectural control, and that once we receive confirmation that the architectural controls have been reduced, then we will initiate the process to amend the land use bylaw so that it meets the setbacks in other hamlets. That's what I'm understanding. They want to reduce the architectural controls to meet the same as what we have in other hamlets. Internal staff had no concerns, and I did circulate to the Muirfield Homeowners Association, and I did not receive a response. The WID, who owns the property behind the application behind the property line, had no concern. So if we go to Appendix C, which is on page 63, just some aerial photos of the shed near the rear property line, and you can see the WID canal behind there. Page 64 has the site plan that was submitted. The applicants had submitted an RPR for review, and it was determined that the shed didn't meet compliance, so that's how it came upon our desk. And it is 0.66 meters from the rear property line. So the application does not align with the land use bylaw because it does not meet that rear yard setback of 10 feet. However, it does meet the requirement for allowing a variance. It should not have any impact to surrounding landowners, and the WID had no concerns with it. And 2 nearby neighbors have expressed support for it. So in conclusion, the recommendation is that council approve DP 2021-014 for a variance for an existing shed subject to the conditions as noted. And council has the standard 3 options for consideration. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
The setback right now is 10 feet. And so that's 3.05 meters, and this setback is 0.66 meters is where the shed is.
Councilor Bushes.
I'll make the motion that council approve DP 21-014 for a variance for an existing shed subject to the following conditions.
Any debate? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Move to 3.1. No DP required for the birdhouse. My report was included in the package. Just a couple of things to note. We did have a good meeting with MP Martin Shields. There were several MLAs and cabinet ministers included in the meeting, and it was a good opportunity in particular to convey some of our high priority concerns, mainly around uncollected oil and gas tax, growth management board, things like that. And in particular, Associate Minister Hunter from the Red Tape Reduction Ministry was in attendance, and so it was a good opportunity to share with him our perspective on the growth board and our significant concerns there. It won't surprise you that one of my children wrote a 3-page Greek myth in one sentence when you read my monologue regarding COVID. Apparently I could learn some grammar. Anyway, and brevity. We also had a meeting with MP Martin Shields with Rocky View that Deputy Reeve Clausen and I attended, also just highlighting our concerns specifically to MP Shields. And he did indicate that he will be sharing our concerns with the Alberta caucus and as he crosses paths with provincial leaders. A good meeting with Honourable Minister McIver of Municipal Affairs, also outlining our substantial concerns with the CMRB, and we will meet with him following the finalization of the growth plan to follow up on that meeting. Regarding the CMRB, we did have our meeting after I submitted my report. Notable that Minister McIver did grant the extension for the growth and servicing plan. That extension has been granted to June 1st. Still obviously concerned. I'm not convinced that more time will be a mechanism to fix our concerns with the growth and servicing plan. Extremely frustrating meeting on Friday with the growth board. Frustration around engagement. We are going to be doing some public engagement on the draft growth plan, but a motion to do engagement on the servicing plan and the rest process was vetoed by Calgary. There are concerns that neither are finalized enough to be, I guess, shared for public engagement, which is concerning given that they were due yesterday. So it was extreme, like there's not even words for how frustrating that meeting was on Friday, on several different factors, but we'll keep working on it and see what we can do. I think we have to continue to advocate for changes to the policies that limit development in rural municipalities. So we will, Deputy Reeve Clausen and I will continue to advocate for what's best for our municipality. We also didn't complete the agenda on Friday, so Foothills County had added an agenda item requesting that the CMRB member municipalities calculate their in-kind contributions, just so that we can look at some of the economic repercussions of the growth board, or I guess economic impact. We did not get to that. As well, there was a closed session regarding the HDRC contract, and we didn't get to that. So we are going to just meet early for our next growth management board. It's actually a vision session again, and attempt to complete that agenda prior to, actually I think we're going to do it following that. We will get to those. We did have an RMA regional meeting, or virtual members meeting. I'm not sure who was able to attend, but there was really good information on the provincial budget there. And happy to answer any questions regarding my report. I will move that it be accepted for information. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried, and just to note, I did include some documents that Marigold circulated and just my update that went to Central District 2 for SDM as well, just for information for council. We'll move to 3.2, Deputy Reeves report.
Thank you. My report is on page 90 of the agenda. virtual meeting, I thought went very well. And February 16th, we finalized the budget for WRC. I asked for a letter sent for us for clarification on so that we can discuss the package and the idea behind what board wants. Yeah, just called Martin Shields and Kyver, and the board meeting I listened in when you were there as well, and I didn't hear when the veto came. I lost contact, but I was amazed at the gravity of that package, that several members had other things planned and just left. I was shocked, actually, it went that way. I know the rules were ready to continue on with the agenda. These have just dropped out. Excuse me, who left early?
Nobody left early. The meeting was scheduled until 12:30 and we went until 1, but at that point, some of the members had 1 o'clock appointments. So.
I know when I booked time for that, I fully expected to go. You just look at the agenda and it seemed to be getting longer as we get closer to the end. But if there's not any questions, I'll move my report. If there's questions, please ask.
Any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 3.3.
Three point three is me. I would just say I attended both council meetings, MPC, then we had a handy bus board meeting on the 22nd of February. A few new members on the board, one from my riding, my division, sorry, and that'd be about it, I'd say. I'd move my report as presented.
Any questions? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. 3.4.
My report is in the agenda package also, and touch on Wheatland, Strathmore Wheatland Chamber of Commerce. They kind of been trying to promote the awards out through social media. We're going through a strat plan that gets presented tomorrow. We're trying to still encourage Wheatland business owners to join the chamber, which has been challenging, but we're just kind of starting to get out there. In Badlands, we're still in interviews for phase 3. I don't know if you've heard, but the budget came down with extra monies, 22 million actually to go into tourism. I would say it's probably the hardest hit, one of the hardest hit industries right now. So hopefully going forward, we can, Canadian Badlands can help with that. The Wheatland housing, we have been presented with the architectural presentation. And we're continuing on with where that would be possible sites for that. We're making some decisions there. Keep you informed. The WC Mercantile Initiative launch was done and an amazing amount of participation through a Zoom. So that's aligning quite well with agriculture. I think it's going to be a very good fit. I do have some news from the Carsland area. Oasis has actually changed ownership. And the people that are in the campground have now owned the campground. So they are going and working with staff and going through all the conditions. And I've met quite a few of them already, what I've heard. And working very closely with our staff and are very thankful for our staff and actually wanted me to know that and to mention that. So going forward, yeah, they're exciting. And if there's no questions, I'd like to move my report as read.
Is any counselor opposed? Motion is carried. 3.5.
My report is on the server. I think everything has basically been covered, so if there's any questions, I could answer them. If not, I'll move my report.
Right vote now.
Is any counselor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 3.51, draft letter to Premier of Alberta.
Can I say something? I want to take this opportunity. I truly apologize for the suffering I've caused. It's not my intention to cause trouble. I proposed my motion when I was frustrated and angry at the seeming lack of progress in lifting the lockdown rules. I was shocked to see the response. And I have had time to reflect on my motion, and I've realized that this is not about COVID, but rather about rights. The question I ask everyone in this chamber is, are there inalienable rights? And are we born free men? Magna Carta, which was signed over 1,000 years ago, states, no free man shall be taken, imprisoned, disseized, which means deprived of property or land, outlawed, banished, or in any way destroyed, nor will we proceed against or prosecute him except by the lawful judgment of his peers and by the law of the land. Our society is built on English common law. It was in Runnymede that King John was forced by the serfs to give the serfs some rights. They were the first seeds of natural law that was planted in English common law. Natural law is the law, is a system, and I'm just trying to get some where I'm coming from. Is a system that is based on the observation of human nature, which posits that we have inherent rights from God or nature or reason. An example would be in the United States, where they claim life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. 1982 Charter of Rights and Freedoms states we have freedom of conscience and religion, freedom of thought, beliefs, opinion, and expression, freedom to peacefully assemble, and freedom of association. Section 7 states everyone has the right to liberty, life, and the security of person, and the right not to be deprived thereof, except in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice. No government elected by the people can usurp natural law. The government tramples on the rights of people, someone or something has to correct. That is why we have to tell the provincial government that they do not have any right to impose a lockdown or mandate mass vaccines. We would encourage the government to recommend mandating said actions are illegal and immoral. Government does not have the right to cause harm to the electorate, and the government does not have the right to tell us what an essential business is, for all businesses are essential. It is incumbent that all municipalities speak out against this overreach. If we do not speak out against this overreach, who will? We're told to reach out to our MLAs, and this, in the very least, is ineffective because if your MLA does voice your concerns, they are muzzled. The individual voter can't do it because they are unable to take the weight that the government can exert. We are constantly told that this is not what the municipal government does, but this situation is different. Someone has to tell the provincial government that the people did not give up their rights, nor will people seemingly will willingly give up their rights. It is our responsibility as municipal leaders, and ours alone. Are there inalienable rights? Are we born free men? Governments, all levels of government, have to be held accountable. I equate this to, and I've struggled with this because I understand where everybody's coming from. I equate this to, if I've got my father's an alcoholic and he starts drinking, I bring this up to him and he says, if you say one more word to me, you're banned, you're out at the will. At that point, is it my responsibility to walk away, or is it my responsibility to say, this is wrong? Even if he doesn't take my advice, it is my responsibility to say, it is wrong. I'm going to put a motion on the floor that we send a letter to the Premier, all municipalities, MLA, all our MLAs, Alberta MPs, RMA, and UMA states. We, Wheatland County, ask all other municipalities in Alberta to join us in demanding that the province of Alberta restore the people's rights stated in the 1983 Charter of Rights and Freedoms. These are God-given rights, and as free men and women, we implore the government to re-examine the constitutionality of their actions. Albertans are great people. If they're entrusted with the correct information, they will make the correct decision. Thank you.
Just to your comments, Tom. Every time we turn our heads the other way when we see the law flouted, tolerate what we know to be wrong, close our eyes and ears up, right? Fail to speak up, speak out, make your full freedom.
Ben, I'm having a hard time hearing you. I don't know why.
He can't hear you. If you can clear your microphone so people can hear.
Every time we turn our heads the other way when we see the law flouted, when we tolerate what we know to be wrong, when we close our eyes and ears to the corrupt because we are too busy or too frightened, when we fail to speak up and speak out, we strike a blow against freedom, decency, and justice. And that was by Robert F. Kennedy. And that speaks a lot to what Tom was talking about. And he's right, it's not about the COVID or the outbreak or anything else. It is about what our federal, provincial, and our legal systems are doing to our freedoms.
Is it extremely quiet, or did I push a wrong button?
It's extremely quiet. I wrote something down too that I'd like to say, and it's not really about, it's more about some of the letters that we got. I'd like to say a few things that I've written them down because I worry about, I don't want to speak candid or off just the top of my head. I read the letters that came from the residents opposing our comments, and I read the letters of support, and there were both. The taxpayers should be proud of their council that are willing to talk and debate subjects. And I think that is important because it's not just this subject, it's on a lot of subjects. I believe that is our job. We were elected to listen to all our constituents. I have listened, and I hear worry, I hear heartbreak of finances. I'm concerned, I hear concern of the future, I hear fear of getting sick, mismanaging of our rights. I hear all this. I hear unrest. I hear this because I am a local government and I am a friend and neighbor of these ratepayers.
So in saying that, I feel that it is my duty to convey concerns to other levels of government, other platforms. Because they don't have that ability to be with their ratepayers as closely as we are. So I feel it is our job to do this, and that we should do it in a professional manner. And the letters that, some of the letters I read that, think we are all rednecks. I disagree. I think we're being very responsible. I mean, we're not doing anything illegal. But I find nothing wrong with sending a letter to other governments with concerns. We do it for bridges, we do it for roads, ambulance services, regional boundaries. We do it for many things. I would like to express my taxpayers' thankfulness and concerns that they are still communicating with us. And I guess on a more personal thing, I think that I would like to express my concern with the plan that has happened with the last 2 outbreaks. I feel that they need to come up with another plan, a different plan, because I don't feel that maybe that plan has worked. And why I think it didn't work is because those concerns are still there. The people are still fearful. They're still financially broken, mentally broken. So those concerns are still there. So I feel the second lockdown may be, the plan needs to be different. So my request is that we ask for the government to sit down and think of a different plan for the next outbreak. Thank you.
I'm just going to move us into a closed session for advice from officials under the same FOIP section. I believe it was 24. Whatever the FOIP section is, I've already.
That's correct. It's 24.
Okay. Thank you, CAO Henderson. Is anybody opposed?
What, I'm just confused. What is the need for this?
Advice from officials. Advice to officials.
On sending a letter?
On the current discussion that we're having and some advice from our administration. Is any councillor opposed?
Yes.
Do a roll call vote. Reeve Links in favor. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
In favor.
Councillor Wilson.
Opposed.
Councillor Bigger. Favor. Councillor Eichert.
Opposed.
Councillor Kester.
In favor.
Councillor Armstrong. Motion is carried. We'll move into closed session.
New phone line?
You bet. Thanks, Councillor Kester. One
This
question
call
that
is
I have
being
is
recorded.
just regarding the agenda item. It was put on the agenda item, or put on the agenda as draft letter to Premier of Alberta, easing of COVID-19 restrictions. I believe historically when we have had a change to the agenda, we've done it through council consent. So I wouldn't mind a motion to, I guess there's a motion on the floor, but the motion is not addressing what was on the agenda. So I don't know if administration has any advice on that.
To the chair, should we not, because we had asked staff to bring forth something, right, from the previous council. Should we not deal with that if it's carried or lost, and deal with what Tom was talking about? Or because we have the other one on there that we asked staff to bring back to us, should we not deal with that?
I think that would be appropriate. Obviously, I wasn't anticipating a completely different subject matter, so I don't know. Councillor Eichert, if you would consider rescinding your motion for now, we can address the agenda item that is next on the agenda, and then you could put a motion on the floor to add an agenda item.
Comes back up, like, I just don't want this letter to be about COVID, but not about COVID. I will send my motion.
Lay it on the table.
Lay my motion on the table.
That may.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
10 minutes. On the table. To have a time specific.
Well, we could deal with it following the agenda item if council agrees to add it to the agenda. Let's start with 3.51. Administration did follow the direction from our previous resolution and drafted a letter there for council consideration. Council's wishes.
What is it?
It's on page 95. Yeah, it's in our council package.
Page 95. Oh, I gotta get back in here. It's kicked me out. Somebody just read it.
Dear Premier Kenny, Wheatland County recognizes the enormous task that institutions have undertaken over the course of the last year to understand what COVID-19 is, how impactful it can be, and what public health can do to ensure the safety of everyone. The county is grateful of the enormous strides that research, innovation, and health industries have achieved to produce safe vaccines for specific age demographics to access. We hope that every age demographic will have access to vaccines in the near future. The last 12 months have been precedent-setting for Albertans. Individuals, families, businesses, organizations, and livelihoods in general have been altered. Albertans have had to adjust to a normal that they feel is not tolerable. They've had to be patient while institutions began to understand the impacts of COVID-19. In some cases, many small to medium-sized businesses have pivoted their business models completely to try and continue to provide outstanding customer service and product services that Albertans need. They do this to generate a livelihood. Private enterprise is the lifeblood of Alberta. In Wheatland County, our entrepreneurs have been highly innovative with products they produce and the services they provide. They find themselves at a tipping point. Because of the restrictive measures placed on these businesses, individuals and families find that they can no longer provide sufficient revenue to keep their doors open. In most cases, they have adjusted to many of the health measures implemented by the province: social distancing, enhanced sanitation, mask wearing, capacity limitations, etc. Mental health levels are negatively impacted, and many do not have access to outlets that will improve their mental health and well-being. Small and medium-sized business owners and employees are both creative and innovative. Their ingenuity and resourcefulness will undoubtedly provide for safe service to their customers. Alberta thrives when businesses can thrive. Unfortunately, these restrictions prohibit any form of motivation to continue to be innovative. By lifting these restrictions, our entrepreneurs can begin to live again. By innovating their service delivery to be safe and inclusive, by generating revenue to pay their employees, by improving health and happiness, and being motivated and fulfilled to contribute to the greater good of their locale and of Alberta. Wheatland County Council respectfully requests that you consider significantly easing and ultimately lifting restrictions much sooner than projected, so that Albertans can get back to being innovative, creative, happy, and inspired to work again.
What's the negative on that? What's wrong with that letter?
I guess the one thing is, I think they are doing that, but at the last paragraph it does say that to do it sooner than what they've listed.
I think where I'm coming from is, I don't care if we send it to every other jurisdiction in the province. If it goes to the premier and his cabinet, that's all we care about. That's all I care about. Telling them that we have some concerns. And it will get out to the other ones one way or another. If we don't send it, they'll still hear it.
There has been other letters that we've seen that go through our council that have gone to.
But I don't think it hurts to tell our provincial leaders that we have some real concerns about how they're handling it. Make them go back to the table and revisit that. If we just stay blank, it gives them free access to keep doing what they're doing. They need to. The MLAs are starting to hear it from ratepayers. So I don't have a problem sending that.
No, I don't.
I got a couple comments when it's appropriate.
Yep, please go ahead, Councillor Kester.
Like last meeting, I said I was against the letter. Unless you're thanking the government, I'm still against. I'm against this letter. We are not experts. We have not consulted any experts. These are just our feelings. We have, since the last meeting, have received numerous letters. I've had phone calls, and probably the two letters that really say most of it for me is the correspondence you received from Rosebud and the school there. They are the community and the county that are undoubtedly the most affected. They have been utterly shut down. All sources of income has dried up. I know they have migrating and they've got a few things on the side going, but their bread and butter, the theater, tourism, dining, has been shut down to COVID. And they're tired of it, yeah. But they're not asking for the county to get involved. They're not asking to end all the lockdowns. They want the county to be portrayed as a safe place. They know when these restrictions are lifted, they want to get back to business of entertaining people. And if the county is deemed not a safe place, or there's any doubt, there's such a choice out there. We, as a county, have started our WC initiatives and branding and how safe we are and how accommodating we are and how we're looking for partnerships. And then we just go off, council goes off on this and sends a letter such as this. It strikes an opposite direction to what our county and our staff are trying to achieve. Our citizens have not asked me to shorten the lockdowns. I know it's affecting people's pocketbooks. I know it's affecting their ability to save money and do what they want. But what's the most important thing in life? What do people work for? Do they work to get money? Or do they work to provide for their families a safe home? They want to be safe, healthy. That's what they want. That's what every human being wants. That's what every human being deserves. And that is what is at the core of all our laws, is the protection of human beings and their rights. They try and write laws to make it so, but we have to look after everyone. I'm not in favor of sending any letter such as this unless our ratepayers get together. After this is all done, we've started the vaccinations this month. I know numerous people got appointments. I know quite a few have been in the general public have received their vaccinations. Come the end of summer, things are going to look a lot different. And if they don't, then our troubles are just beginning. When this is all over and you can look back in the mirror in your 2020 and say, did the government do it right? Did the government do it wrong? They can answer for it then, and maybe a new process, maybe a new way of doing business. But to do it now, when our ratepayers, my neighbors, my friends, are not asking for it, I find that to be wrong. I've had lots saying, what gives us the right to write a letter like this? Nobody asked them. you want to send a more powerful letter, maybe we should undertake a survey. We do surveys for internet. We do surveys for the municipal development plan. We never do a survey for your freedom, for your choice to be safe. There was comments made about the seniors and the lodge, and I didn't say nothing last meeting. Maybe I should have. And looking back, yeah, I should have. Our seniors, this isn't the first time they've been in a lockdown situation. It's a yearly thing for them. The flu, they get locked down all the time, and there are other bugs and viruses. They get in the lodge, they're locked down. It is the staff. We have such a fantastic staff. They go above and beyond to try and make them comfortable, happy. They deliver their meals, not through a little hole. The door is open. Staff go in and clean their rooms. Those seniors were not complaining. But I did hear from some of them after they heard our last meeting. They want to be safe. There were seniors left for Christmas to go home with their families, as they have a right to do. But they come back in the middle of the lockdown. That's their home. That's where they feel safe. Some seniors were locked down for an excess of 6 weeks. Yes, they weren't happy. They were extremely happy to get out, receive their vaccinations. They are now free to come and go. That's all they want, is to be safe, to be listened to, and to be understood. No different than a little kid before they go to school or a senior. Everybody has a right. They have a right to health and happiness. So if you want to send a letter such as this, I will never agree to it, ever. If the county was to conduct a survey, and then depending on the letter that was sent, maybe. This is not our lane. We have no doctors on staff. We haven't even asked the doctor. It's just feelings. The province employs doctors, mathematics, medicine, psychology, law, and what's more, the province is what gives us authority. We are beholden to the province. We are here because the province says we can be. You are concerned about what's happening? Write a letter to your MLA privately. Write one to your premier. But don't use the county as your vehicle to get these letters out. I think maybe that's enough.
Glenn, I don't find too much wrong with the letter. I don't think we're negatively saying how they handled it or saying that we're experts. I mean, we've written letters to the government, to the province before about, and one example I can think of off the top of my head, we do it quite a bit, is ambulance service. I mean, we didn't do a survey on that. All we're doing is expressing concerns, and I would think the government would know that we didn't do a poll on this or have numbers behind it. But there is those concerns out there, and that they're being expressed to us. And I don't see anything negative in the letter. It's just we're worried about the economy and small businesses and people's livelihoods. And I understand. I did read the one from the Rosebud, but and I don't know how they're funded or what their financial situation is. But I do know that I know small businesses where they just won't be here when it opens up.
I hear you, Donna. But in the same sense, starting backwards, there's a lot of businesses wouldn't be here if there wasn't COVID. You know, not making it easy, and it probably is the thing that the straw that broke the camel's back. I agree. It's not good. If we got a complete total runaway, not good either. I don't know what it would look like. Not good. But as far as the letters that the county writes, ambulance letters, you know, our ambulance service before it was taken over was probably one of the best in the province. We have experts on the ambulance. We write letters about our roads, about our bridges. We have experts. We have engineers looking at our roads and bridges. They are qualified to make a call. We don't have one qualified person to make a call on the mental state of anybody, on even council, county. We don't have a doctor that's saying, oh, if this COVID gets out of hand, there's going to be a third of the county die off. No, we don't have anything like that. And it's not our responsibility to protect people from viruses. We don't procure, manufacture any sort of vaccines, flu. We have an outbreak at the lodge. I know the lodge, I've been there for a while. We don't rely on county councilors, staff, or board members to make recommendations what we do. It goes straight to the health inspector. They're the expert, and we follow their guidelines, same as we're following them now. So, like I said, stick to the things that we're here for, the things that we know. If you want to write a letter such as this, hire a doctor. Hire somebody that you would respect to make recommendations. It's no different than when we want to do a municipal development plan or like the past hearings today. Was it on your knowledge that you vote on? Or does staff go out and they make a recommendation? Staff don't do it on their dime. They go and they ask their experts. They go to staff, they go to engineers, they go to other firms, they go to the legal to put together a package that you can feel confident and know that it is the truth. We haven't done any of that with this letter. None of it. It's our feeling. And that's what I'm against. This county isn't our feeling. We're here for the common good of all our ratepayers. I don't know if a bridge is going to fall down in 5 years or tomorrow. But if my engineer from the county comes in and says, I wouldn't drive on this bridge anymore. In fact, we've put a sign up on it. Be no more driving on it because it's going to fall down. I believe him. And I will not drive over that bridge. Where is our due diligence in this letter? I know we can all talk and argue that the Magna Carta and the laws and the BNA Act and the First, Second, or Third Amendment in the states and our own Constitution, that is not what we do. And as I always tell a lot of my ratepayers that don't like some of the decisions that this council makes on their rights, I says, it's only as good as the next meeting. Our council, we can change our rules, we can change our bylaws, we can change our municipal development plan. The next meeting, we'll change it. We can make it better. Some will think it's worse. But that's what we're charged to do. The province, they're charged to look after our health. They're in charge of taxing us and collecting money and pay for it and run the budgets. They're the ones, not us. We can't even donate money to the ambulance anymore. They took over the ambulance, and they want the ambulance, their premise was to make the service equal for all Albertans. So hence, they're funded the way they are, and you have to make do with what you get. I don't know what else to say. I thought about this. I've read letters. I've not written down any notes. This is just coming out of my heart. I got to hear for what I believe I'm doing is for the good of my ratepayers, what they want me to do. Land use, look out for them. And my ratepayers and all the letters I got, I have a letter here from the former head nurse at the hospital. Hospital's been locked down, for you don't know, since Christmas time with COVID. They're managing it very well. The lodge was locked down, not anymore. And Sagewood, I don't know what their status is. All had COVID. We've lost people. We've lost people that are our ratepayers, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, their family. Did we lose them before their time? I can't answer that. But I know we have seniors that are 100 plus, some 90s, lots. How do you know 15 years ago if this was to happen? Would you just abandon them when they're 80, when they're 65? Maybe you're going to die anyway. They still had 30 years left, a third of their life. Hence, nobody's a judge on anybody. It's our duty. It's our moral responsibility. It's us as human beings to protect everybody as best we can. I realize we can't save everybody all the time. Sooner or later, you're going to lose. But that's the fight. That's the challenge we have as a human being, to protect and look out each other. That's what makes our society great. I realize that people here don't like what the province is doing. Yes, fine, but use the proper channels. Get a hold of your MLA. Write them a letter. Get your neighbors to write them a letter. But don't use this vehicle of Wheatland County to write the letters. They're not doing anything to the county. They're not telling us that we have to spend more on roads, or they're going to give us less for roads. We don't do anything with health. I think I've probably taken up enough time. I can go on till dark if you let me, so cut me off, Madam Reeve, if I'm talking too much, okay?
I just got one other thing to say, because we could debate this all day long, and I don't think we'd end up where we want to get. So we've asked the administration to present us with a document to send off to the province. If we're satisfied with it, then go with it. Otherwise, it gets voted down. So I'm going to ask for the question. Well, let's present, the staff presented it to us.
There's no motion. So they were following through on a resolution from the previous board meeting to or from the previous council meeting to draft a letter. Oh, sure. Margaret, did we miss a motion to accept Division 4 report? I think we did. So Tom, do you want to do that first, or Councillor Eichert, do you want to do that first?
Yeah, I'll move my report.
Is anybody opposed? Motion is carried. A brief comment on the letter just before a motion. I won't be supporting the letter based on feedback I received from many of my ratepayers in Division 2, as well as many ratepayers in other divisions in Wheatland County. I can't support this. I would reiterate many of Councillor Kester's comments. We don't have the expertise to be directing when restrictions should be lifted or imposed. We are not responsible for managing healthcare system capacity in response to a pandemic, and I don't feel equipped to be sending this directive to the province, who does have a whole host of subject matter experts advising them.
Are you looking for?
Madam Reeve,
Yes.
is there a motion? Is
There
there
is
a
not a
motion that
motion
was,
at this point.
okay. And I'll move that we accept this letter as information and it just stays right where it is. And I'll ask for a recorded vote.
Is any councillor opposed? Oh.
Madam Reed, you'd have to just do a recorded vote, so a roll call.
Yeah, my apologies. Reeve Link is in favor. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
In favor.
Councillor Wilson.
In favor.
Councillor Bigger.
Oh, in favor?
Councillor Eichert.
In favor.
Councillor Kester. We can't hear you if you're voting, Councillor Kester.
Sorry, I'm voting. Finger didn't hit the right button. In favor.
No, that's okay, because I know we might not, you won't know that we can't hear you. So Councillor Armstrong.
Opposed.
Motion is carried.
Got a question now. What happened? Stuff that I laid aside. Can I bring it back now? I'd like to put a motion on the floor to.
You laid it on the table. You'd like to lift the motion you put on the table back.
Yeah, I'd like to lift.
Is there consensus from council to add it to the agenda?
Yes.
I'm not in favor of the addition personally, as I was not given adequate time to prepare to debate constitutional law. I've done some preliminary research and I could do it, but I'm not sure that I would want to engage in that anyway. So I'm not in favor of considering it at this point personally, but we can go by majority of council. So perhaps put a motion on the floor to add it to the agenda first.
The motion on the floor to add it to the agenda.
Reeve Link is opposed. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
Favor.
Councillor Wilson.
In favor.
Councillor Bigger. Favor. Councillor Eichert.
In favor.
Councillor Kester.
Opposed.
Councillor Armstrong? Motion is carried. Now you can put a motion on the floor. Go ahead.
Put a motion on the floor that, the letter that I stated earlier. Can I make an amendment?
Yes.
That I don't send it to all the municipalities. Send it to the premier. That's true. I have to include the municipalities. I just include the premier and all the municipalities and everybody else underneath will delete.
Can I speak?
So I'm
I
just
don't
trying to sort process. So you are amending your motion.
Well, maybe not. No, just take a minute. I will not amend my motion. This motion will stand or fail on what I first said or what I first appeared.
So would you mind reading it again?
We, Wheatland County, ask all municipalities in Alberta to join us in demanding that the province of Alberta restore the people's rights as stated in the 1982 Charter of Rights and Freedoms. These are God-given rights, and as free men and women, we implore the government to re-examine the constitutionality of their actions. Albertans are great people. If they are entrusted with correct information, they will make the correct decision.
Open debate on the motion.
Sorry to interrupt, but who is this letter going to? Can you reiterate?
I will put, yes, it's going to the Premier, to all municipalities, the MLAs, Alberta MPs, RMA, and AUMA, sorry.
Thank you.
I got a couple comments.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Yep, please go ahead, Councillor Kester.
Okay. Yeah, this is an addition to the agenda. This is a letter I believe is outside of our lane. This is a letter that we've not had any legal talk about, and you're asking me to make a decision right here, right now. I believe this here should be at least notice a motion for next meeting. There should be some background. There should be constitutional lawyers, the whole gamut. This goes a lot to what I said before. This is not our lane. This is feelings. This is, I appreciate Tom can read the Magna Carta. I appreciate that. I can read it too. Do I understand it? No. That's up for debate for sure. And that's the problem with us as counselors. We don't have the background, the training, anything. We're not professionals in this regard. So at the very least, next meeting, request for decision, hire a lawyer, get a survey out and see what the county thinks. This is far reaching. You're addressing this to every municipality in Alberta. It's not our lane. I know nobody likes this COVID. Nobody likes the lockdowns. I haven't talked to one person that likes it. But they accept it for what it is. It's a necessity. It's an emergency. And the fact is, we do it to protect each other. We don't do it to protect ourselves. We do it to protect each other. We do it to protect the vulnerable. My grandparents lived in 3 centuries. She lived through 2 world wars. She lived through the Spanish flu. She lived through the Great Depression. She lived through polio, measles, smallpox. What's that other thing? Diabetes. She was here when they developed vaccines. She was alive when they developed penicillin. My grandparents did not go to war to protect themselves. They went to war to protect their families, both born and unborn. I'm not in favor of this motion at all.
I don't support the motion either. Given the fact that we are not experts on constitutional law, recognizing that the very first line of the Constitution Act, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees the rights and freedoms set out and subject only to such reasonable limits prescribed by law as can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. I recognize that both our provincial and federal government do have legal advisors. Premier Kenney's office certainly does. His principal secretary, Howard Anglin, was former Deputy Chief of Staff and Senior Advisor for Legal Affairs and Policy for Prime Minister Stephen Harper, and is Executive Director of the Canadian Constitution Foundation. And I am confident that the province is taking his advice under serious consideration in all measures that they are taking during the pandemic. I will not be supporting the letter.
My comments, I tend to agree with Glenn on some of it. The part for to vote on it today, I don't know if I can vote on it today, but it's a notice of motion for the next meeting so we can see where some of the comments, seeing as we're listening to the public, we'll get some ramifications back through this process. And if there's any other information we need, bring it back to the next meeting, and then I'll make my decision then, but I'm not ready today to make that decision.
I feel similar. I kind of pull back and look at a big picture here and go, okay, if we're gonna do this right, you gotta almost get some people that explain it better, because I don't understand it completely. But do I want us to waste taxpayers' money on that? No, honestly. At the end of the day, we're gone through a lot of efforts in budget to save money, but to spend money on something like this, so I can't support it, unfortunately.
I do agree with that point. I am not in favor of expending further administrative or council time on a matter that is already being addressed by our provincial government. Just on the previous letter, I've probably spent on average, I would guess, 3 hours a day, every day since the council decision and the media coverage started in engaging with ratepayers. I know it's my job and I'm happy to do it, but I also have high priority issues that we can have an impact in our municipality that I would like to focus that time on. Any other debate?
Good afternoon, Council. Just Brian from Administration. So just to kind of put some options out there, Councilor Eichert could withdraw his motion. Council could vote on the motion, and or Councilor Eichert could also make a notice of motion for a future meeting. Thank you.
Well, I agree with Councillor Clausen that I don't want to hire a lawyer to have this, because I don't need a constitutional expert to tell me. I'm not that smart. I just read words. So I'll put the vote on the floor. It is what it is. And, yeah, so have at her.
Any further debate? I will do a recorded vote for the motion. I'm requesting a recorded vote. Reeve Link is opposed. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
Opposed.
Councillor Wilson.
In favor.
Counselor Bigger,
Opposed.
Counselor Eichert,
In favor.
Counselor Kester,
Opposed.
Counselor Armstrong.
Well, the other one we accepted for information, and it was a far friendlier resolution, letter than this one was. And I don't have enough information right now on this one, so I've got to vote in opposition to it.
Motion is lost.
I'd like to make a motion that we put the letter, that the staff drafted out, for the March 2nd, 2021 letter to Premier Kenny. I'd like to put that back on the floor for approval to be sent. I find it not, it's just saying that we are concerned. It does speak of our concern for our constituents, and it doesn't say that they're doing anything. It supports what they've done. I don't think it's unfriendly. It is asking them to look at their plan again. That's how I look at it. So I'm going to put that back on the floor.
Procedure. Isn't there not, first off, 6 months before you can reintroduce a motion? We just voted on this motion. We just discussed it. Not half hour ago. We voted to accept it as information, and motion was to leave it where it was. Reintroduce it again? I'm not in favor. I think it's a procedural thing. I believe it's 6 months.
It wasn't voted on as a motion, it was just accepted as information.
Yeah.
I don't think, and administration can correct me if my interpretation would be wrong. Looking at the procedure bylaw, I'm not sure that accepting something for information would preclude us from taking further action on the item.
Yes, Brian from administration, that's correct. I believe you can definitely still send a letter if council so chooses. Just accepting as information is just that council has received it and understood it. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
I'll just reiterate that I won't be supporting this based on feedback from ratepayers, my knowledge that the province is constantly examining and analyzing the dynamic situation that COVID presents to our public health system, that they are daily looking at their plans and the restrictions that are in place. They indicated that yesterday as they announced some of the restrictions being reduced, and that they would be continuing to monitor variant and case rates and making decisions around their restrictions based on that analysis and that data and expert advice that they are receiving.
As I've previously stated, I cannot support this letter at all. I'm here to support my ratepayers, and my ratepayers have not asked for a letter in the first place, and they've definitely spoke out against this letter. I cannot support it.
Just to summarize, because I did forward all of the actual written correspondence that I received that was addressed to council or to myself as Reeve. There were a few responses that I received back that were more of a personal response, but I have forwarded all correspondence to council. Just to summarize, other feedback that I've received from ratepayers, I received many phone calls. I did document names and dates and kind of the subject, the material that was shared from the ratepayers. In summary, I believe from the correspondence and phone calls that I have received one written correspondence from an actual Wheatland County ratepayer who is supportive of the action of council, and everything else that I received phone calls and correspondence was with varying levels of concern, from mildly concerned that we're outside of our jurisdiction and level of expertise to grave concerns about council's actions. But just so that all of council, because I didn't share, I guess, a summary of the verbal feedback that was provided to me, which some of it was very colorful.
So just for council's information, I don't live in a bubble out where I'm at, and I have also listened to some of my ratepayers. I haven't contacted all of them, but I have talked to a few of them, and I don't have a problem with the letter.
And I do feel this letter is written on behalf of small and medium business owners. We're not talking about any of the restrictions on the health. We're trying to, this is what I get out of the letter, I've read it a few times, is that we're supporting the small and medium-sized business owners and the people trying to survive. We're not talking about whether you wash your hands, whether you go to groups of parties or whatever. We're just talking about supporting small and medium businesses. And I feel that the letter could be, I think it's a good letter to send. We're not debating health restrictions. We're debating small and medium, large lockdowns, restrictions.
My only comment would be I too have received quite a number. By no means do I spend 3 hours. And a lot of them were to council, due to CC to Amber and myself. All in all, I received 8 from my division that were against sending a letter, and then between the phone calls and I received 3 positive emails from my residents. I had about 11, so it was very close. But I have no problem putting my name and standing behind something I believe in.
After looking this letter over several times, I honestly don't have a problem with it. It says respectfully request. It doesn't demand. It's coming from a business perspective and being, you could almost say it's an economic development perspective. I don't have a problem with it.
Just 2 more comments. I'll go back to my Hamlet of Rosebud and how they're affected and what they're asking for. They did not ask for this letter. They did not go down that hole. And one other concern I have is the CC list. I think if you want to send it to the Premier, if that's who it's addressed to, and he's at the top of the chain. I would send it to.
Will you accept an amendment? Is that an amendment?
Yeah, I'll make that amendment.
Are you going to accept it?
So you would just send it to the Premier, not the MLAs?
Premier and his cabinet.
Premier and his cabinet. Okay. I'll accept that.
It's the Premier that's you want the letter given to. Everybody else is just, what are they going to do? It's the Premier that you want to send the letter to.
Sure.
I'll put an amendment on the floor to send it to the Premier and his cabinet.
We can debate the amendment. There's no debate. We can vote on the amendment.
Well, if she accepts it,
I'll accept that amendment.
Okay. Any further debate? Is any councillor opposed?
Recorded vote, please.
Sure. We'll do a recorded vote. Reeve Link is opposed. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
In favor.
Councillor Wilson.
In favor.
Councillor Bigger.
In favor.
Councillor Eichert.
In favor.
Councillor Kester.
Opposed.
Councillor Armstrong.
Favor.
Motion is carried. We're going to recess until 1 o'clock. We do have a 1 o'clock appointment regarding Wheatland County policing priorities.
Enjoy your lunch.
You too.
Brian, are we ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Yes, we are.
So we're going to call the meeting back to order. We do have a 1 o'clock appointment regarding Wheatland County policing priorities. Go ahead. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council. Good afternoon, Administration. To the Chair, this is an RFD for Wheatland County's policing priorities for 2021. The recommendation from Administration is that Council establish annual policing priorities for Wheatland County and refer the approved priorities to the Wheatland Regional RCMP detachments for 2021. The division county-wide, each year the RCMP requires local detachments to provide an annual policing priorities plan to the K Division of Alberta, outlining the priorities that municipalities feel are important to them. In 2020, the priorities that Wheatland County presented were reducing property crime, application of crime reduction strategies, police presence visibility, traffic law enforcement, and community engagement. The recommendation presented is for Council to provide priorities to the RCMP detachments for Wheatland County in 2021. Each village within the county was contacted prior to this report being submitted for Council consideration. The village of Rocky Ford responded and advised that their council was in support for the priorities being presented. Staff did not hear from any other municipalities within the county. The relevant policies and practices and legislation would be the Police Act of Alberta. The alignment with the strategic plan, Wheatland County strives to ensure that residents of Wheatland County live in a safe environment. Wheatland County collaborates with its neighbors and other levels of government. The options for Council would be option 1, that the proposed recommendation is accepted/approved. Option 2, that the proposed recommendation is not accepted/approved. Option 3, that an alternate recommendation is accepted/approved. This RFD will provide the RCMP with necessary information the detachment commanders require to formulate their planning priorities for the detachments. Ongoing collaboration between protective services divisions and the RCMP will continue as always. With the RCMP regional priorities approved, members can operate with these priorities at the forefront while they're regionally public safety. An email with a letter outlining the priorities will be sent to all detachment commanders once a decision has been made. And all commanders, detachment commanders within the county were sent an invite, so I don't know if any have called in. If you have any questions for them, if they're on the line, they'll be more than happy to answer them.
Dezano is here from Corporal Andrews.
Good afternoon, Corporal Andrews. I understand we have other detachment commanders online as well.
Staff Sergeant Kelly here from Gleason.
Good afternoon, Staff Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
Do we have any other detachment commanders on? I believe we were anticipating somebody from Drumheller. Okay. So I see in the RFD we have our 2020 priorities, and there's direction for Council to establish this year's priorities. Council's thoughts?
I don't disagree with the priorities. I just have a question is when you're dealing with and I know there's some RCMP online, but is your communication back and forth with them when you're in a hot spot where you need them to respond adequate or good enough, I guess is what I'm looking.
Through the chair, we've switched over to a new provincial radio system, AFRAX, and I believe there's something going on and works with the province of getting us online with their channels as well. Currently, through radio contact, the RCMP monitor a channel that we have access to, but they're moving towards a different channel that will be shared.
So from the 2020 priorities, does anyone on Council see anything that we would rather not focus on? Are there priority issues that were not included last year that we would like to see focused on this year? What are Council's thoughts? Overall, I'm hearing a little bit less with reducing property crime. I suspect it's because people are home more and there's maybe less opportunity for crime. That's anecdotal. Just I feel like in the last year I've heard a little bit less. There's still certainly been some issues and some concerns?
I don't know if that or if it's just, I like the idea of the visibility.
Mm-hmm.
The more they're out there, the more they're driving around, because these other guys aren't, there's very few of them that are, opportunity. They're things are usually checked out before they do it, so the more visibility there is by both our constables and the RCMP, the better I like it.
I wouldn't move that that point.
Prioritization?
Yeah, because I think especially end of this year, we're gonna see, as people aren't home as much and as the economy will crash and burn until there's nothing left, we will go up completely back to where it was, if not worse. So I don't think we should be touching that prioritization. It was a little quick, but.
Yeah, and as some of the supports, I think, are stopped or reduced or eliminated, I agree. I think we will see an escalation.
So a question to Clausen, like, what, is there any, like, I think Muirfield's probably our biggest hamlet now. Is there concerns about, there's a lot going on there, right? Like, there's lots of construction, so what's happening with have you heard any, anecdotally, have you heard, is there more crime happening?
Not really, mostly because it's gated, right? So at night, there's still people that go inside there, but our own officers could answer it better than me, but I don't really hear a bunch of stuff that's, cries for help there, that's for sure.
Thank you.
If the council wishes, I can present some of what the priorities you discussed and the ones that Pisano had for last year with some of the numbers, if that's something they'd wish to hear. That way they can see exactly what we're looking for.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. That was going to be my next question, was going to be for the detachment commanders, what patterns you guys are seeing or what issues have been escalating for you that you might recommend that we prioritize. So absolutely, we would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, so then I guess I'll go from Pisano. Last year, for the Pisano detachment area, that covers the village of Assar and quite a bit of Wheatland County. It was agreed on by council for the priority of traffic, safe roads, property, rural patrols, and rural crime, and community engagement and community event participation. Pisano recently had started a new program called the Pisano Rural Crime Strategy Project, and what we learned from our residents is that although we have seen a huge decrease in crime, is they weren't really aware of it. So this program includes our members who've gone door to door to almost every farm property, giving them brochures of who the members are, what we're doing, the decrease, as well as giving them signs. We like, I'm sure Chris Perman can discuss it as well, with crime prevention by design. We'd like to see signage as well as cameras. So we were able to provide them with signage as well as magnets for their blue sign number. We got quite a bit of people that liked it, and we've hit so far about 700 residents. So my interest would be for community engagement. It was community event participation. I was wondering if the council would be interested in maybe as community engagement to highlight rural residents.
Yeah, I think that would be excellent. I read your strategy, and it was really commendable, the efforts that you were putting in to reach out to each of the residents and the level of engagement.
And I can say that I'm sure Staff Sergeant Kelly would speak that we're working in partnership as well to assist them with reaching their residents as well. Well, that's good to hear, so I would definitely like to add that. As for property, we have seen a decrease in rural crime. Since our program started in 2019-04-01 till 2020-04-01, we had 4 break-and-enters into private properties and 25 different copper theft crimes. Since our implementation to date, we've had only 4 copper thefts, so we almost had a 90% decrease, and 2 break-and-enters. So it seems thus far, it seems to be working, but obviously with the pandemic as well as CERB, that could also be affecting those numbers. So I'd like to keep that, but if council would like us to change as property crime for rural crime as a priority, that it's your guys' priorities, I can go ahead and change that for next year.
Staff Sergeant Kelly, do you have anything to add from your detachment's perspective?
As far as break and enters, we haven't seen anything outside of the First Nation to a private residence. We do have a few break and enters to some of the industrial sites. There was an abandoned industrial site that was hit, and there was quite a bit stolen from the site. And we're working right now with our district as well as the crew team to try and come up with a plan to how to kind of go after the people that we kind of have some suspects. We haven't gotten far enough ahead to make any arrests yet, but we're working on that one right now. But other than that, we haven't really seen a rise in any of the rural break and enters at all. It's been fairly quiet through the winter.
And to further comment on Staff Sergeant's remark, two of our break and enters were all in Hussar at a business, and we actually identified our suspects with DNA and warrant, and actually we're planning on arresting our suspects tomorrow, but unfortunately they're in the COVID unit in one of our remand centers. So we definitely had some pretty good luck with liaising with crew as well as district crime to get that solved.
Yeah, we heard at our Wheatland Regional Partnership meeting last night about the efforts that have been put into investigating and following up on those crimes in Hussar, so we appreciate that.
No, absolutely.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no, I said absolutely. One of our number one priorities has always been rural crime. I mean, as Bizano Detachment, we cover Rosemary, Gem, parts of Wheatland, as well as Bizano. So we basically only deal with rural residents. So that is our number one priority. We don't have much at some of the bigger cities, like drug issues or anything like that, so we can really concentrate on that.
Staff Sergeant Kelly, I've heard really good things about responsiveness in Gleason as well. The priorities that we had established in 2020, do you see anything that you would suggest be a different focus or prioritize differently than what's established? So we had one was reducing property crime, two was application of crime reduction strategy, third was police presence and visibility, fourth was traffic enforcement, and fifth was community engagement.
No, I think that those priorities are really good, and I agree with the council members that were speaking about it's probably going to come up towards the summer and later on in the year as far as the crime rates go and real crime. So I'd like to keep that on the list for sure, because I think once it warms up and the restrictions start to lessen, there's going to be a lot more movement, a lot more people that aren't home, and I agree that the real crime is probably going to start climbing at that point. So,
do we have any other detachment commanders that have joined us that would like to share anything with council? Does council have any other questions or any discussion? I think we would be looking for a motion to approve the priorities.
I'll move that council approve the priorities as presented by the constable.
And so you would continue the ones that were identified in the 2020. So the motion is presented that council establish annual policing priorities for Wheatland County and refer the approved priorities to the Wheatland Regional RCMP detachments for 2021, and they would be the 5 that we had established for 2020. Is that accurate? Perfect. And from our peace officers, does that align with what you guys are hearing in the county as well?
Through the chair, yes, it is.
Awesome. Okay. There's a motion on the floor. Any further questions or debate? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. I'd like to thank the detachment commanders that have taken the time to meet with us this afternoon. We always appreciate the data that you provide to the council and just the engagement that you have with us as well. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having us. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Have a great day.
Yeah.
You guys too. Take care.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll move back to 3.6, Division 6 Councillor Report. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, my reports on server. Sorry, I got a bug. I ate a peanut. Sorry. Anyway, I think my report goes up to the 17th because I sent it in on a Monday. So on the 23rd, we had a Bedemza meeting. This meeting included probably a more lengthy discussion on a report on dispatch, on how many calls we get. And I'm thinking probably my paper is misplaced right now, about 14,000 911 calls. So they are fairly busy. It grows every year, same as the ambulance calls. And that was accepted. 24th had an FCSS meeting. And on the 25th, we had a presentation from the architects, George Berry, architects to Wheatland Housing Management body. And after the presentation, it was a special meeting. We also have a special meeting called for tonight. There was two motions made. One motion was that we allow the town or the town to spearhead and get the property at Kinsman drilled, get a geotechnical study done on it, and another letter to be sent or another motion that the town, if they're going to give that land to the housing body. So I'm thinking it'll depend on the geotech first, in case that we'll see how that plays out. And on the 26th, that was last night. No, the 26th was a Friday. There was invited to a stakeholder meeting with the Ministry of Seniors and Housing, and it was on the budget and on their thoughts on the early budget deliberations. It doesn't seem to be much different for us. Anyway, that's my report. If there's no questions, or even if there is questions, I'll move my report.
Any questions? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 3.7, Division 7 Councillor Report.
Thank you. I don't have a written report this month. I'm sorry. I didn't get a chance to get it done, and there wasn't a lot to put on it anyways, but most of any meetings of any importance were, other than council and MPC, were after the deadline for the reports to be in. We did have our regular board meeting for Drumheller District Solid Waste. The TransStore replacement is still on schedule. We've downsized our the amount of TransStores we have out there when we went through our capital plan earlier. So that has changed. We've asked it was supposed to be there this meeting, but she didn't have enough information, so we've tasked our operating manager, to do a complete capital replacement plan, because so that the people coming in, there may be a big change on the next election, we're not sure. But we asked her if she would put something in place so that there's a capital plan in place so that they understand that before they, when they come in, as to how it works, not just on trans stores, but on the buildings and machinery and a long range plan for that. So she's supposed to have that for us next time. And, motion that, Drumheller District Solid Waste not pay the SAWA membership, amounted to 4 members of the association not paying, sending letters to SAWA stating that they were no longer, gonna pay their membership. The other, out of the 15 members, would be 14, because we pay our own, so it'd be out of the 14, there's still 10 members that are paying there. And I'll speak to that a little more when we're in camera, there's some issues there. The other meeting was our SAWA board meeting on Friday, and we just found out Friday morning. We've been waiting for notification about the Emissions Reduction Alberta granting that we've been applying for. And we found out Friday morning that we were not successful in that grant application, which was for close to $14 million. So that was supposed to look after our design, build, and operate and the process there. So we have to do some hard looking here in the next month, and I'll speak a little more to that in camera as to what our options are for that. And that's about it. I'll move my report if there's no questions.
Any questions for Councillor Armstrong? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.11, CAO report.
Good afternoon, Council. Brian from Administration. Report is on page 100 of the agenda package. Just kind of business as usual, really. One thing that we did in February under People Services that the T4 and WCB reporting have been done. So all employees and council have received their T4s. They've been filed with CRA. Just kind of working on regular stuff, council meetings, and any other thing that comes up. If there's any questions. Also the council resolution tracker is also there as well. And if there's any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Any questions regarding the CAO report or the council resolution tracker? A motion to accept as information.
Also move.
Councillor Eichert has moved. Any discussion? Were you moving to accept both?
Yes.
Yes. So to accept the report and further to accept the council resolution tracker. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.12, Legislative Policy, Section 5.
Yes, good afternoon, Council. Brian from Administration again. So on page 106 of the agenda package is just the Section 5 Legislative Policy section. So we are reviewing all policies at the county right now. So the next kind of one that we have undertaken were the legislative policies. So what staff did was that we reviewed our current policy with 2 other municipalities. So the County of Grand Prairie and Rocky View County. So what we did was we kind of modernized the policy a little bit. We changed the per diem, just how it was set out, not the actual amount. And we kind of just put that into a chart similar to actually Rocky View County's policy. We thought it looked pretty nice. And then the actual amendments to the policies themselves can be found under the council report, or the report, sorry. So some things to note is that we actually changed the wording of the full day per diem and half day per diem, just to make it kind of more consistent with what is actually occurring with people doing half days, full days, just based on the hours. We also changed the reef spending account so it can be used on council recognition and team building exercises as well, just to strengthen the council as a whole in general. That's kind of outlined in the policy under 5.1.1. We also just amended some other policies. One big one being as well is that we just noted that county property is business property, not personal. That was one big change. And then we also clarified the training for elected officials. So one kind of gray area that we have found in the past is just an allotted amount for council training, which does not include, we did define training courses as well as in the definitions. So the training courses themselves would be some sort of like course, not necessarily a conference that council signs up for. And what we did was we allotted $2,000 per elected official. And with that one as well, one thing that's kind of come up in the past is that it's been kind of reduced or cut from budgets in the past. So we do have a kind of a way to, just so we can draw from reserve when it actually does happen throughout the year. So it's not necessarily $14,000 budgeted for every year, and then it's, say, only $2,000 gets used, so it's under budget by like $12,000 a year, just so we can accurately and like just draw down a reserve when necessary, and just kind of go from there. If there are any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Council's thoughts? And so just to clarify as well, CAO Henderson, the training, sorry, I'm just trying to find it, the learning and development allowance, that would need to be approved by council, correct?
So it wouldn't necessarily have to be approved by council. So if it's outlined or in the policy, what council would have to, or a councillor or an elected official would have to do is just meet the definition of signing up for a training course. So the definition of the training course is at the bottom of policy 5.1.1. So it is on page 112. Training course, an individual, online, or in-person course for a formal program of study involving more than one course leading to a degree, diploma, certificate, or professional designation. Online courses may be offered by an accredited educational institution. So one kind of example that we kind of go off is that some of the councillors from other municipalities that we're kind of taking this off of were working towards their NACLA, which is it's a course or a diploma in local government, just studies in general. So something like that would go towards it. It would have to meet the definition. So that would be something kind of enforced by, I guess, me as a document on the chief CAO, just to ensure that the councillor is actually following that policy. So we could alter the policy as well. This is realistically up for council decision. Yeah. And then also one other thing to note as well is that we just clarified the council compensation review committee. So in the current policy, it doesn't note how big the committee is. So what we did was we went off of another municipality that had a committee of 3, just to make sure it didn't get too big and it was set parameters within a policy. Thank you. Wanted to clarify that as well.
Comment.
Yep, please go ahead, Councillor Kester.
On this counselor training course, I would feel a lot more comfortable. Yeah, it's good to have a policy on what you can agree to, but I would like to have, for a counselor, especially on one of them bigger ones where there's probably a dozen different little courses to get your diploma, I would like to have that as a motion of council that it's accepted. I don't agree with all these courses. A lot of the courses, the counselor is elected for what you have. You know, people that work for the county or employees, you're constantly training them and improving their skills. But a counselor represents the public, and if you want, that's a personal thing, I believe. Maybe I'm the only one who thinks it, but I believe, just so everyone knows who's taking what, it should be passed with a motion, is what I think.
I agree with that, and I would just want to make sure that the EOEP courses would fall under that. I know they're working towards having those be within an accredited educational institution, but I'm not sure that they would, online courses. So I just would maybe like specific reference to EOEP being in there, because right now they are currently being offered online, but they're currently not through an accredited educational institution. It's through that consortium with AUMA and RMA that kind of facilitates that training, and that's so specific to council. I would prefer it be approved by council as well. I know there have been examples of other councillors in the province doing things like further education that isn't necessarily, I'm trying to be diplomatic. I think it's good to encourage development in education, but depending on what you're pursuing and the relevance to council, I think I would prefer it be approved by council for sure.
Okay,
I agree with both of you.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Like I'm doing my MBA right now, and I would not ever apply this to that. Do you know what I mean? Like that wouldn't be, but there is another councillor in Alberta that did exactly that, and it's highly inappropriate, I think, right? So.
Okay, so maybe on page 110 under the learning and development allowances, we could change that kind of paragraph up to say, each member of council will be entitled to an annual allowance of $2,000 for training courses and or courses relevant for elected officials. And then put in all training courses and relevant courses will be approved by a council resolution. Yeah, I think on page, forgive me, I'm in the previous package, I have the other one open on another page. I think it's page 111. On point 1, it does say attendance at courses, conferences, and or conventions require council approval. And that's why I asked, just because I wanted to make sure that there's clarity around that. So it is in there? So the only thing missing out of that point 1 would be training courses.
Yeah.
So what you could say is you could just add training courses in there, and then it would all be covered.
Yeah, then I would support that. And I guess just CAO Henderson, just further to my comment about EOEP, if you could just, if council is in favor of it, just add a specific reference to that. I know like Muni 101 for the new councillors coming in, it could be all new councillors. There are other valuable courses that EOEP does. I know some of them, when I've looked at them, they're not that relevant to what we're currently dealing with, but they have a really good finance one that they're restructuring right now. That can be a really good foundation, especially if you're new, just for around your due diligence with the financials. The public engagement one I did a couple of years ago was excellent, and it has actually, I've been able to integrate that into some of the work that we've done. So some of them are practical, some of them are less relevant, but then it could be a council decision as to the relevance or importance of that. So maybe if we could just add under, if council's in favor, under training course, trying to think of the best wording. I guess just the online courses must be offered by an accredited educational institution, or even if we just add EOEP there. I know their plan is to return it to in-person as soon as they possibly can, but they are currently delivering those virtually. Is there objection to adding that from anyone on council?
No, I can make a motion that council approve proposed amendments to the Wheatland County Legislative Policy, Section 511, elected officials remuneration, Section 512, appointed non-elected committee members remuneration, and Section 521, county property, as discussed and amended as discussed.
Any questions or discussion on the motion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.21, Corporate and Financial Services Report. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Reeve Lincoln Council. Tracy from Administration. A few highlights from the report include that the 2020 general assessment has been completed. The change in linear and dip assessment resulted in lost revenue for the county. Currently, the auditors are working this week and next week reviewing working papers prepared by finance, and we have ordered over 1,200 blue address signs for 640 Township Road addresses and will be installed when weather permits. Are there any other questions?
Any questions for Corporate and Financial Services?
Yes. I know it's probably no one knows this because the federal government's involved, but post office is changing mailing. That change, is that going to change anything on the signs? Like, which way are they going to go? They just
I thought they were aligning. You guys reported on this just a few months ago.
Yes. So I'm going to ask our manager of IT to speak to this. Corey?
Hi, yeah, I can speak to that through the Reeve. Yes, this is actually happening in the same time as Canada Post is actually moving the addressing over to the blue. They're actually adopting the blue sign address as the address, and it's supposed to be in somewhat of alignment to that timing. As to actually Canada Post's actual timing is still to be determined, but we can definitely make sure that council is updated in the next meeting as to approximate timing there as well. So
theoretically now, just a question, theoretically now, somebody's going to be able to, my post office is now, they're going to be able to know where I live.
Yeah, that's
right?
what I worry about too.
Hey, thank you. Well, no, but like, you don't know post office box, right? Some stranger can know what my mailing address is. He ain't gonna know what post office, so he'll know the general area.
That's a very...
But now he's gonna actually know because he'll go to my sign locator.
Mm-hmm.
I have to clean up my act. Thank you.
That
no
is
problem.
actually interesting. Any other questions?
Right.
A motion to accept the report as information.
So moved.
Councillor Armstrong has moved. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.22, broadband update.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Garner, and I am the project consultant with Tricon Solutions for the Wheatland County Strategic Broadband Initiative. The broadband project update starts on page 127 in the agenda, and I'm looking for this report to be passed as information. For context, we are using the scope reference of the Canmore Strategic Band Report. The link is at the bottom of the broadband update on page 130 of the agenda. Our scope research includes the review of many international and national strategic plans ranging from 30 to 150 pages. As a benchmark for our initiative, we are using the Canmore Strategic Plan, which has 78 pages. In the update, you will notice a graphical timeline on page 129. The timeline bar in green is the overall project timeline. The timeline bar includes the following sections: background and research, current and future state analysis, and the RFP process. Above the timeline bar, the items in bold are the project milestones. The items on the bottom of the timeline bar are the council meetings when council can expect to receive a project update. In the green timeline bar, you will notice dark and light green. Dark is the progress complete to date. Our next steps are to continue with the current and future state analysis including asset mapping, which is contacting vendors to see if we can understand their current and future plans for the county's broadband infrastructure, and to start the analysis of the survey results. This concludes the strategic broadband project update. Thank you.
Any questions regarding the broadband update? I know it's a little bit late, but I did just get one piece of feedback regarding the survey, and that was just around and recognizing it's likely too late, but just in case we do any more engagement on it. It was around the options for some of the questions, and I noticed it as well. So the one that they used as an example was where we were asking about variable speed and dropping, and so I believe the options were you could choose like that you had, that it was slow and it sometimes, sorry, I can't remember the exact wording of it, but like the option was essentially that you had, it was slow but consistent, or that it dropped regularly, and there wasn't one kind of in between. So just, and it would be most descriptive of mine. So I wouldn't say that mine drops regularly, but we do lose service occasionally, and it can be slow occasionally. It was the descriptors, and it was just a feedback that I got from one of the ratepayers. So probably good to keep in mind when we're analyzing the data from it, and if we do more engagement.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's noted.
But I am super impressed with the level of engagement that we got on that. I think that's pretty phenomenal.
And that was over 300, wasn't it?
Yeah, the number was here. 262 and 280, just like that. Without a calculator. There, sorry. Didn't go down for enough. I thought I heard that. Any questions?
I'll move the report as information.
Councillor Bigger has moved. Last chance for discussion. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.31, Community and Development Services Report. And thank you, Ms. Garner, for the report. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. Matt Vascariel from Administration to present the February 2021 Community Development Services Report. Before you, you have the ongoing initiatives for each division, respectively. Some highlights for community services, including our next quarter plans that we included in this report. So we want to incorporate the engagement information into the draft master plan document that we presented at our last meeting with regards to the What We Heard report. Research and repair reports for council on the historical information and proposed procedure for capital expenditures by lessees on county property as directed in January of 2021. And promote the 2021 pitch-in cleanups in hamlet communities. I presented that at our last report that we're working on that initiative as well. In terms of economic developments on page 131 at the bottom of the report there, we've got a new investment attraction specialist at the county, Jamie Cramble, with extensive background in terms of the investment attraction realm. He's worked in multiple facets and jurisdictions and many different countries across the world on international development, investment attraction, agricultural, and federal levels. So a great background and a great addition to the team for moving forward in that realm. Our division in economic development has also been working on the signage strategy. Many of council would have received a email soliciting your involvement, requesting it in our lead committee. So we're very excited to be kicking that initiative off as well. As Councillor Bigger mentioned, the WC Mercantile Initiative was launched on February the 12th. We had quite a bit of turnout with that launch, which was quite exciting. It's taking a targeted sector focus on agriculture and the value chain development. So we presented that and we got that rolling. And actually, we've had some really great uptake on it. It was featured in the Toronto Star recently, so we were very excited on that. Moving forward to fire and emergency services, you'll note the different statistics that we've broken down. And at the end, I just want to make sure that we're breaking them down accordingly to council's request as well. So dispatch calls by fire hall, year to date in 2020 as well. We've broken that down, and we have the dispatch by type and fire hall as well for January of 2021. In addition to that, to note, we do have some pictures on the progress of the Carsland Fire Hall. So those pictures were taken at a specific point in time. We did have a couple weeks break in terms of the weather and the climate. It was too cold to do some construction, but now the majority of the envelope has been completed on the hall, so it's making some great progress moving forward. For planning, development, and safety codes, just to highlight there, we've completed the initial public engagement on the MVP review project, and we presented that What We Heard engagement report in December. So we're compiling that information, and we've also done a first round of internal department solicitations and work with internal departments on compiling the information, anything that we need to put into that document as well. And the balance of the report on moving forward, we just have some statistics on year-to-dates with regards to development applications, safety codes applications, planning applications, as well as peace officer reports. And I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Any questions for Community and Development Services?
Good job.
Yeah, excellent data for sure. Really appreciate the breakout of the calls and that type of thing. On page 132, just Rocky Ford is missing the Y, just so that doesn't carry forward, not a huge deal. And then I know I keep coming back to this, and I think it's here, but I just need clarification for my own understanding. So in terms of trying to identify distinct calls, so I noticed that there's a note at the bottom of page 134, total incidents for more than one station responded. So it says 4. So what I'm trying to get at is going forward, because if I see, say I see Wheatland West, Carsland, and Gwich'in responded to, let's just say 11 calls, but let's say those were all the same 11 fire. Like what I'm trying to suss out is like how many distinct fires there might be where in the county, sort of by fire district or fire association or department zone. Do you guys use zones, districts? District, I thought it was
Districts. So here's something that might, a visual of the county broken down into districts, identifying where each is, similar to where we have the development identifiers included in the report. You'll note we have development mapping, and we point that. Would you, something in terms of a visual like this?
If it's arduous, not, and if no one else on council cares, what I'm trying to get at is, in my mind, it's different. Like if there's 11 calls in Hazar, 11 calls in or 11 distinct events versus like there was 11 in total, and do you know what I mean? And maybe it's not relevant. If I'm the only one who cares, disregard.
40 calls in Hazar, and there's 32 in Dallam, about 10 again.
Right. Yep.
Fires all count.
Exactly. If I'm the only one that cares, I will let it go. It would be good information.
I'm looking at that. I'm looking at the graph there, and I agree with what you're saying, because calls are about identical. 250 on the west side, west side, 235 on the east. Say call volume, doubling up on that.
Well, and I realize they'll change, and like it's dynamic, it's never predictable, that type of thing. It's just more for me in my mind to, especially as recommendations are being made around capital or things like that, just to know where the majority of calls are.
Yeah, so I'm wondering here, for simplicity, what I can do is add another column that would just say an assist call. So what we've done is we've added here, so total instance where more than one station responded, 4. So you can tell that there was more than one hall in that specific call. But I agree with the stats. Other than giving you guys raw data, what it'll look like then is, it's really difficult to tell where that call originated. But what I can do is by station is I can put on here, okay, I'll have, so for example, Hazar 4 calls, but maybe 3 were in their area and 1 was an assist. So I wonder if that might help.
Or even the mapping might be the simplest, like if you just had a map with the districts and just said, and they don't even have to be like located. Like I'm not looking to micromanage or looking, like I don't want specific data on anything. It could just even be the map with like 4 in district, whatever. That would be visual, easy.
And Madam Reeve and Council, that's absolutely possible. Through GIS, we can definitely provide that statistical information, and then we can get that mapped out through Corp and Fin if that's possible.
And if it's arduous, like do whatever's easiest. I'm more thinking what that would be helpful for is long-term, looking at it as a snapshot for 1 month, it's not going to be helpful, but long-term seeing trends, like then you could compile that for the year, throw in each district for the year, how many distinct events they were. It may be helpful.
Absolutely. So our next report, for sure, we'll provide something. We'll break it down even more.
That might help your
Really appreciate all the information. Any other questions for Community and Development Services? Very exciting with Carsland. I think it's thrilling seeing how fast that's going up, and
It's actually shells with the red paint.
super exciting in the fact that I think it looks like we're a little bit under budget.
Yeah, thanks to you. That's good.
That is good. And I think we're under budget, it looks like.
That we are.
Fantastic. A motion to accept the report of information. Councillor Wilson has moved. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you. We'll move to Communities in Bloom report and cost analysis. Oh.
Sorry, I'll start again.
Perfect, yes.
Dave Rhymes, Community Service Coordinator. On page 150 of your agenda package, there's a report on the Community in Bloom cost analysis that was asked for at the February 16th regular council meeting. So I just provided the information for council's consideration. Thank you.
Thanks for doing this research. We appreciate it.
Sorry, who is gonna pay for the money? Like who pays the $225?
$225?
Yeah, so we can't accept that as information until I hear this information.
It did look like they would consider a hybrid model of $400 to $500 for the 3 hamlets. 3 larger hamlets. Thank you.
So I guess I need to know which 3 hamlets are we thinking? Muirfield, Carsland, Grass? I don't know.
Question I have is, I understand communities in Bloom. I worked with in other communities, but it takes a lot of community. Anybody want to do it, you have to ask them first.
Yeah, Gleason did have a very active group.
I know in Muirfield they planters in the driveway and stuff to people themselves, but
I guess my question is, if we can get the interest from 3 communities, is county willing to put up $400 or $500? Very short. It's a long one.
Yes.
It's hard to do Speargrass and Carsland together. It really is.
There might be 4 communities, but well,
4 communities.
so
Yeah, I would be 4. So Gleason, Carsland, Speargrass, Muirfield.
this has to come back to us before we make a decision.
Yes.
Is there any consideration for Rosebud? They annually plant flowers and they have budgets and they have specific committees and watering crews.
So part of our discussion at our last meeting, we had received correspondence from Communities in Bloom. There is a little bit of a timeliness aspect with this spring coming, but we had wanted just some background information for ballpark costing. We have ballpark costing now, and then what we had said, once we had sort of an idea of what a cost estimate would be, then we would engage with community groups or community members, see if there's an appetite to pursue a program like this, and then it would obviously need council support to do the funding for the Community in Bloom.
So the max it would cost would be $1,000, and it would actually eliminate your having to go and have pickup days for garbage in every community, because I'm pretty sure that Communities in Bloom, that is part of it. They would have to. That is part of what their program is to keep it clean, tidy, visually appealing. Well, that would be all of them.
I think what Donna's suggesting is if we did, say council considered an approval up to $1,000 for the program, then it would be up to the individual communities to opt in if there were community members or groups that were willing to spearhead the program in that hamlet, because this is very much volunteer driven. It's the municipality acts more as a liaison between Communities in Bloom and backs it a little bit, but this is very much a community-driven volunteer initiative. What it was founded on and how it operates.
It really does. I tell you what it does. It makes them accountable for their community, and a lot of these, like Rosebud, I know Speargrass, and Carsland, they all put in flowers. They always do this up, but when they have someone coming around from Communities in Bloom to inspect it, it ups the game. Totally does. You're being more rewarded in a sense for doing all that work. Oh, come on. That's my idea on it, and I think if they don't sign up, they don't sign up, right? It's up to them, but at least we're giving them the opportunity to pay their way in if they want it.
We do have a motion on the floor to accept his information. Perhaps we will address that first. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. And now if there's further motion,
I'd like to move that we funds up to $1,000 to engage whichever community would like to join in Communities in Bloom for this year, between Carsland, Speargrass, Muirfield, Completion, Rosebud. Am I missing one? Up to 6 communities. So I got 6
we could
communities.
even just say like open to any hamlet. And if you're authorizing for the $1,000, then there would be a decision to make. Or it looked like Communities in Bloom was somewhat flexible on the pricing because of the hybrid model. Maybe Dave can speak to that a bit more. So.
No, that's exactly correct. They were quite flexible. They were feeling it was important to get communities involved.
So we would support any of the communities that would come forward willing to participate in the program. We would, the monies would go towards that. Be just a hamlet.
So there's a motion on the floor. Open the floor to questions or debate.
I'd feel much better supporting it if we had residents coming here with this in hand. They like we're putting it out there prior. I'm just thinking with Muirfield,
they didn't get the letter we did. Different,
but everybody. I can definitely put it forward to the HOA in Muirfield. I'd rather have them willing to do it before we get them.
Well, I think the whole thing is predicated on buy-in. Like if no communities buy in, there's no expense. Totally hinges on that volunteer commitment.
And I've seen the same kind of thing. There was a Malden community that was with it for years, and then they got out of it and kind of did their own thing. They self-judge because after being in it for a number of years, there's no way they could ever win anything in the category because they were so overwhelmed with other places that had far larger. So that's kind of how it went in smaller communities. Best yard kind of thing. And that happened.
I'm willing to give it a try for a 1-year deal. If there's any buy-in, will it come back on it? What it looks like, right? I mean, it's like really not in the scheme of things, not that big of a deal. So
Any other questions or discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Call for a vote. I can find my paper. Reeve Link is in favor. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
Favor.
Councillor Wilson.
Favor.
Councillor Bigger. Favor. Councillor Eichert.
favor.
Councillor Kester.
In favor?
Councillor Armstrong. Motion is carried.
So
perhaps.
So question, I would say I would phone somebody up in Rosebud and they would get a hold of the county office, say Brian, and he would direct them to answer questions and whatnot? Or how are you going to roll it out?
Willing to be the contact person?
Because I could be the contact person.
Yeah, Dave would be the best.
Are you going to contact the hamlets too, or do you have connections with all the hamlets?
Yeah, I could contact the hamlets, connections with those community associations.
Won't have to.
Okay. So Community Services Coordinator, Mr. Rhymes, has offered to just facilitate the discussion with some of the community groups. If area councillors want to facilitate as well, we can coordinate with you. And we'll just see what the interest is from the community. Perfect. Thank you for bringing that back to us. We appreciate it. We'll move to 4.33, Speargrass Community Association request.
Okay, this report is a request from the Speargrass Community Association to add more park amenities to the park project that they started last year. They're looking for a pathway extension, lighting for the pathway and playground area, and a multi-sport court for pickleball, volleyball, tennis, basketball, that kind of thing. They're looking to apply for a grant for the Canadian Healthy Communities Initiative grant, and that deadline is March the 9th, I believe. So they're just looking for basically landowners' permission for these improvements on the property for their grant application.
And just a reminder, there's no money asking from the county.
Council wishes.
I'll move that council grant permission to, in principle, for the Speargrass Community Association proposed additions of park lighting and multi-sport court amenities on county land at urban legal address 16103031335 MR, and a pathway extension on parcel at 202 Wyndham Parkway, subject to private landowners' approval. Their grant application is actually complete and waiting for this letter.
Motion on the floor. Any questions or discussion?
They're applying it through the grant. And whatever monies they need, they're going to put towards it.
Any other questions or discussion? Any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Move to 4.34, fire capital request.
Madam Reeve, Council, Mike Borgon from Administration. So the Fire Capital Committee met February 11th, 2021 for the first time since 2007. That meeting was very, very proactive, very collaborative. It was a very, very positive meeting. So the fire associations present their capital request to the Capital Committee through resolution. At the committee level, there were 3 resolutions that were presented. Resolution 1, C. Jensen from Dallas Fire moved to approve the purchase of a tri-drive tender for Rockyford Fire to a maximum value of $792,578.85. Inflation may increase the cost if the Wheatland County Council cannot approve the additional funds by the deadline of March 15th, 2021. That was the quote that they received. That's guaranteed. The county portion for this would be $475,547.31. We did approve in the interim budget $390,000. So this will be a requested increase of $85,547.31. The justification for this, and I should note that it was all of these motions were passed unanimously from the Capital Committee. So the justification is the interim 2021 budget accounted for a 3,000-gallon dual axle tender at a budget cost of $650,000. Since the budget was approved, Rockyford Fire has sourced a 4,000-gallon, so it's got 25% more water, tri-axle tender at a cost of $792,578.85. So this additional water will assist the county firefighting operations, and it will improve the tanker delivery rate. The tri-axle has a higher chassis and will actually be able to maneuver more freely throughout the county than the dual axle. So there was some discussion on that about operation in the fields and how it would affect the operations. And it sounds like because it's a little bit higher and a wider surface area, it'll be able to access more areas of the county. The second resolution was G. Garriott from Rockyford Fire moved to approve the purchase of 2 monitors for the Dallam Fire to a maximum of $41,614.45. So the county portion of that, which is 60%, will be $24,968.67. The justification here is Dallam Fire will be installing monitors on their tender and they're side by side to improve firefighting capabilities throughout their fleet. So it's a little safer for them depending on the situation they're in. They can operate it from their vehicle rather than getting out with a hose line.
Sorry, this is like what is this thing? Like a remote?
Yeah. So it's a monitor usually on the bumper. So basically, it's rather than having a hose line, it's attached right to the truck. So it's plumbed right into the vehicle. So picture a monitor on the very front of a fire truck that you're able to operate remotely, back and forth. You can operate with your flow. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like a video game, really. Yeah. So you can sit in your cab, flow your water while staying in your cab. So for a grass fire, for example, they can pull up rather than getting out, deploying a fire hose, going to the fire. They can literally sit in the vehicle and apply water.
So it is. Tom's volunteering.
We're looking for firefighters all the time. And then the final resolution, M. Cathall from Rockford Fire moved that the Wheatland County Council be presented with the cost of roof replacement at the Rosebud Fire Hall. The total cost of replacement was $40,396.65, and the county portion would be 60%. So this work has been completed. The reason why it wasn't presented to council was because there was no capital meeting. And normal process would be to present it to the capital meeting to then bring forward to council. So that's why it's coming after the fact. So the justification is the Rosebud roof has had several repairs since construction. The asphalt shingles regularly blew off due to the location and the wind prevalence at the fire hall. It was recommended that the roof be changed to a rubber shingle. In the spring of 2020, Rosebud Fire Department replaced the asphalt shingle with the rubber shingles. And because there had not been a fire capital committee, like I mentioned, since 2007, they did not submit a capital request for the 60% county fund. So this is in line with the master plan, obviously recommended from the Fire Capital Committee, and our Fire Association Funding Policy 12.1. As mentioned, this was presented in our preliminary budget for the Rocky Ford tender, so that's really the big one that we're requesting additional funds to meet their needs. I should note that we do have another capital meeting for August 5th, 2021 scheduled, where we will look at our 2022 budget. That way we're not coming back after the fact. We're presenting it prior to budget as part of our process. And finally, under the financial section, you can see here our year-end reserves. Again, 2020 and 2021 are budgeted because they haven't been audited at this point in time, but you can see at the end of 2021, we would be sitting 3.871 million. So there is adequate funds to fund this, and the recommendation that it comes from this reserve. And yeah, I mean, I want to add that it was, you know, it's really collaborative. Everyone worked together. We all want to have a sustainable fire service, and it was really good working with the associations, with the presidents, with fire chiefs, and with administration. So it's just been a very pleasant process.
Fantastic. I think I'm safe to say on behalf of council, we sincerely appreciate that. And it's just phenomenal to hear that level of collaboration between our departments, our associations, and our administration. It's really, it's so helpful, and our fire service is so integral. And to hear that is really, I'm so grateful. So thank you. Any questions regarding the recommendation? Council's wishes.
I'll move the recommendation.
Yeah. Councillor Wilson has moved. Any questions or discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you. Move to 4.41. Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Mike from Transportation and Agriculture Department. So you'll see on page 194 of your package, the February Transportation and Ag Report. Just some highlights I'd like to point to. Administration is currently going through after our department review with Council last meeting. We're putting together one-page document that Council can utilize for informing the ratepayers and their residents of changes that we've made and expected levels of service to be based off of that. So hopefully have that to you shortly. Just some other updates. We have closed the Gleason 8th Avenue sewer tender. Blackie Site Works was the successful bidder on that. Looks like we'll be under budget on this from what we were proposing in the capital project, so that's good news. They are coordinating a site kickoff meeting currently, knowing that we do have to work with the area councilor for community consultation on this, and you'll be involved in that prior to the meeting being set. So everyone's aware of that. A couple other capital projects we're working on are Range Road 205 and Range Road 244, the two road reconstruction projects we have planned for this year. We're just receiving the scope right now from our engineers. As everyone knows, we've changed engineers at the beginning of the year, so we're doing a bit of a transition with current design and moving into the new consulting firm here. We are anticipating right now that our tender release dates on those will be around mid-June for Range Road 205 and mid-July for Range Road 244. 205 is going to be a very extensive project, definitely continuing on until next year. We are received funding for that, and I've already informed Alberta Infrastructure Transportation that we'll be extending that agreement with them. And 2044 is going to be a 3-week job, so we will have that done this year, regardless. Just another interesting note there, utilities. So we applied for online chlorine monitoring for both Gleason and Rosebud through Alberta Environment. We received that early February, which is great news, which means we can basically reduce the site representation there from a 5-day site attendance at these plants down to 3-day, which is greatly going to improve our costs on these. And you'll see as in the future, in the upcoming RFDs later on in the agenda here, we speak to that a little more in detail. Those are some highlights. Oh, and just for council information, Muirfield lot sales, we have 8 confirmed sales there at 605,000 and still 18 conditional lots for sale right now. So things are moving.
Say that once more, how many conditional?
We have 18 conditional lots that have been conditionally sold at 1.25 million evaluation and 8 confirmed lot sales at 605,000.
Since we took over.
Since we took over, correct.
And the 8 isn't it, like they're separate, so 8 confirmed and 18. Awesome.
Yeah.
Perfect.
26 total.
Oh, you're welcome for sitting there and digitally signing every single agreement and every amendment to every agreement. It's fun, it's exciting. Could, but I have not. Any questions for transportation and agriculture? It's exciting. I love seeing the photos. It just makes it visual. I love it. Thank you. Like correspondence or? Okay. Any questions? If not, a motion.
Got one from Mike.
Sure, go ahead, Councillor Kester.
Yeah, just current stage of the Rosebud sewage lagoon, and I like the idea of pictures similar to the fire station at Carsland. Could we do the same for the lagoon at Rosebud and keep people updated that way?
Yeah,
yes, I can take this one, Mike. So, Councillor Kester, through the chair, we've actually assigned this project out to our asset management slash project, or asset management coordinator slash project manager. So she has just had a meeting with some of the contractors yesterday. So what we're going to do is we're going to start doing, I think, bi-weekly updates very similar to the Carsland Fire Hall. And we're going to start those in the spring when it thaws. So I just actually had a meeting yesterday, and I have one in 2 weeks from, I guess, 2 weeks from yesterday, just another project update. But we'll start getting those out in probably mid-April, just when the ground is thawed and they can start doing some of the stripping of the land out there. Thank you.
Is there going to be any community meetings? I'm thinking there has to be, like, for the lift station and stuff, so everyone knows, or that's just going to be communicated to them through the project manager?
Yes, so we'll do updates on social media. Very, very similar to the fire hall, just like current status, when the expected completion date will be, just things like that. So stay tuned.
Thank you.
Any other questions for transportation and agriculture? If not, a motion to accept the report as information.
So moved.
Deputy Reeve Clausen has moved. Any questions? Is anybody opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.42, Naglorian and Fish Lake gravel pit fencing.
Okay, thank you. So on page 202 of the agenda, Mike with Transportation and Agriculture still here. Page 199 of the revised agenda is page 202. You'll see the RFD for information for Naglorian and Fish Lake gravel pit fencing. This request arose from a discussion that happened at the February 2nd council meeting, sourced by a letter that was submitted by a ratepayer with concerns about trespassing on county land up there and possible solutions for that. So, administration went away and developed a few options here for fencing, of a few different areas on the sites here. You can see in the attachments of the RFD. Option one is to fence, so we have two different gravel pits in the area here. We have the Fish Lake pit, which is the northern pit, and then the Glorin pit, which is the southern pit. Fish Lake is currently active. We're stripping and crushing in there. The Glorin is an older pit that we started reclamation on, but we haven't completed it. We're going through the vegetation assessments right now. It's got to be about 3 years before it's ready for sale. So just everyone's aware of that. So first option is, and we got these right from a fencing contractor who assessed the sites and gave us their estimates, about 16 grand for the complete fencing of east and southern portions of Fish Lake. Option two would be fencing all the way from the northern portion of Fish Lake pit down across the boundary of Highway 56 and then down across the southern boundary of the Lagoran pit. It's about 23 grand. And just fencing the southern portion of the Lagoran pit up to where the existing fencing is from the adjacent landowner is about $14,700. So these are three options that were proposed. I did speak with both the landowner of the concerned letter from last meeting, as well as the landowner of the parcel that's located between our two pits here, just to see if he had any concerns with fencing on that. He's very amicable to whatever solutions we're looking for here. He's quite open to anything, and I think he'd be accepting of anything that council proposed on these. So these are submitted for information, and I'm able to answer any questions.
The question, oh, go ahead.
I'm just wondering, and I don't know, a piece of property worth more money out there if it's fenced than if it isn't fenced? Like, when we're gonna go sell it, we're losing, like, sort of, we break even if we fence it, even though we put money into it. Now, we'll get that money back when we sell it.
So further to that, that was my question. I heard you reference the Nagloran pit. So long-term, typically, once the reclamation is complete, the county would would sell that land.
That's correct. That's our intent, yeah.
Well, I actually toured up here, when was it? 3 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago, had a visit with the landowner that sent the letter in, and he was quite honest. He said the issue really isn't the southern pit, the Naglorian pit. The problem is that the trespassers park on the other side of our active gravel pit. And he said that's really the only parcel that needs to be fenced. So
That's option one.
And I heard similar, but that there is a potential, if we do fence that northern part, likely hunters or poachers may access through the south if it is open, because it does,
yeah,
you get access to that same coulee.
yeah, the way I look at it though, you're parking on a road allowance at that point, so we have the right to go down there. Visibility is there. Well, if you guys want to spend the money, go right ahead. We can do option two.
I hadn't thought of what Tom, I wasn't aware that there would be a plan to dispose of that land, and if you could potentially, exactly, if you can recoup that through sale or close to.
Hey, shitty,
Yeah,
shitty land.
Two.
I'll make a motion.
You could let the council in the area.
Go ahead. You go ahead, sir. No, I want you to. Fight over it.
Oh, yeah. Can you make a motion with your microphone on? Microwave on? Microwave on.
I move that we move ahead with option 2 for the fencing on that property.
The motion on the floor.
At the Negloring.
The motion on the floor open to questions or debate. Is any councillor opposed?
No, but you'll put big, metal gates onto the approach for us, I'd assume?
Through the,
Like the one at
the access to the
Goldsmith?
north. Correct, yeah. Yeah, and there is, some contingencies in there because the fencing operator or contractor wasn't able to physically go on site, so I added 10% just to ensure.
Perfect. I believe I called. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Move to 4.43.
Good afternoon, Region Council. Bryce Mackin, Manager of Technical Services, to present the Potable Water Servicing Agreement Amendment request. We broke this request into 2 resolutions. There have been some changes to the potable water servicing agreement that need to be adjusted. The first one I'll address is the rate change. The WRC board recently approved their 2021 budget on February 17th board meeting. And the new water rate they approved was $4.46 per cubic meter. The second change that we want to adjust in the agreement is the addition of Rosebud as one of the hamlets that is being serviced by the potable water from the WRC. Phase 3 of that line was completed in December of 2020, and Rosebud is now receiving water from the WRC, treated water from the WRC. And the contract identifies the location of the line, the addition of this hamlet into that system and into this agreement. I'm available for any questions.
Council's wishes, questions?
A question. This agreement, is this a new agreement?
Through the chair, this agreement was formed on December 20th, 2017 between the county and the WRC with no termination date in the contract.
You're just amending the fee schedule or the Schedule E with the fees.
Both the schedule of the fees and also the schedules that identify the new Rosebud system. We want to add Rosebud to this agreement.
Didn't the county terminate this agreement?
Through the chair, if I may, the county terminated a servicing agreement that provided operational services to the other hamlets of the county, including Rosebud and Gleason, but a different agreement.
Okay, thank you.
I do, and kind of know where Glenn's going. I know that in the near future, the GM at WRC is supposed to update the contract. So basically, you're preempting this, using the same thing but putting the right numbers in it.
Yes, through the chair, this is asking for permission from council for administration to work with the WRC to amend this agreement.
Okay.
So is that for this letter we got from the general manager?
Yes.
Talking about?
These are the rates that we'd set at the last board meeting through budget, and I asked for a letter to explain it so it's easier for everybody instead of us trying to fuddle through it. So the motion basically says, here's the rates, and then basically they wanted to provide service to the same areas where the water goes to. The long and the short of it.
So asking us to reconsider our motion.
That's correct.
Yeah, so the current RFD under consideration is just around the potable water rate, so the correspondence from WRC goes beyond that into the servicing. So at this point, we're just looking at the purchasing of the water at the current budgeted rate by the WRC board for this resolution.
This one's the water and then the other one's the labor.
Council's wishes.
I'll move the council approve administration to amend Schedule E of the potable water servicing agreement with, WRC to a potable water rate of $4.46 per cubic meter of treated water, and that the new rate is retroactive to January 1st, 2021.
Motion, motion on the floor, questions or debate? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. The second recommended resolution.
I can move the second resolution. If you want me to read it, I can.
You're moving it as presented?
As presented, yeah.
Deputy Reeve Clausen has made a motion for Resolution 2 as presented. Any questions or debate?
Just curious, what is the county's charge per hour going to be for the rest of the county? So when we're figuring out.
So this RFD is just about the potable water rate. During this discussion, we're not addressing the hourly servicing rate at this point. We could address that when we address correspondence.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I got ahead of myself.
4.44.
Oh, yeah, and sorry, that's, yeah.
Coming up.
Yeah, even in 4.44. Any other questions or discussion on adding the Rosebud water system to the potable water servicing agreement with WRC? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Move to 4.4, Rosebud and Gleason Water and Wastewater Service Agreement.
Okay, so I'll present this one also. Through the chair, we are bringing forward a recommendation to create a service agreement. This is for operations in Rosebud and Gleason. Wheatland County and the Regional Corporation had an agreement that was terminated. It is effective until March 7th, 2021, or March 6th, 2021. After March 6th, we're looking to provide services to both Gleason and Rosebud. In the recent budget meeting with the WRC, they approved both the water rate and a service operator rate. The operator rate is $48.03 per hour, I believe. Let me make sure. And they also offered to provide services in both Rosebud and Gleason. Those are the two hamlets that the potable water does service. Next steps, the county has already begun working on this hybrid model that council has resoluted in the past. This hybrid model shows the WRC working in cooperation with Wheatland County staff. We have a utility operator that we already had on, utility foreman that we already had on staff, and we have hired an additional utility operator. The utility foreman and the utility operator will manage all county properties other than Rosebud and Gleason. And then the WRC, with this approval, would then manage operations at those two sites. The utilities foreman would then oversee that WRC operations to ensure that we're getting what the contract is stating, the future contract will state. Big changes to highlight. Previously, we brought approximately 1,000 hours of operator needs in Rosebud and Gleason. As the GM mentioned in his report, we have authorization from Alberta Environment to lower those site required visits to 3 days a week instead of 5. This changes our estimated number of hours required at each of those sites. So right now we are estimating approximately 480 hours will be required in Gleason and 312 hours in Rosebud. Although Rosebud site visits are going to decrease, we do have a new lagoon and a new lift station that will be in place that will require some attendance. With those numbers, there's also some vacation coverage that needs to be considered. So the WRC agreement that will be discussed, we are still looking for approximately 1,088 hours per year to be part of the terms of that negotiated agreement. It will not be a final number, it will be an estimated value to put onto the contract. We are expecting it to be lower.
Would we be able to integrate a cap into that? I know there'd been some conversation around contracting like up to 1,000 hours.
So I'm reading the letter here. They didn't include some of the motion, and Tom can clarify this too. Wasn't there basically cash call at the end if it was short?
Yes,
Put forward?
there's
Yeah.
a cash call between the municipalities shared on water usage, I believe. Because it's sort of a shot in the dark about, like, we're estimating that the county's gonna take 1,000 hours. If we only take 800 hours.
There's a shortfall.
And the villages take 800 hours, then there's gonna be a shortfall, so there'll be a cash call at that point shared amongst the three, between the villages and the county. On water usage, I believe, is what the decision was made.
So basically, it's going to be 2 office people, 2 outside people, 2 operators. Is what, and we'll ask that question twice to make sure that's what it was.
It's two operators, 2 admin.
Yeah. So that's moving forward where it's going to be. That's how we got to these rates.
So there's some exposure to the county of liability for overages on the board's part.
But it's shared, it'll be shared amongst all the users by your water rate. So whoever, uses the most water will pay the most, and going downhill from there. There's something else I was gonna mention too. So we had brought forward the 1,000 hours to the board. It wasn't very well received. They felt like we were dictating the terms of everything, which I said that wasn't the case. Basically, this is what we're approved to do. So it came back from one member put a motion forward saying, well, let's take over the Gleason and Rosebud servicing, and it should work out to about the same. And in the back of my head, I remembered that we were in the process of cutting back some of the hours, the daily rounds. So you figure at the end of the day, we should be around that 1,000 anyways.
1,088.
Yeah.
Yeah, through the chair, our operator hours will go down, but we do have vacation coverage to consider.
Yeah.
So I think all in all, if the WRC can provide vacation coverage and the operations that we need, it should be close to the 1,000 hours that we originally asked for. Just to add, if the WRC is unable to cover vacation, we do have other contingencies with other contractors to cover if need be.
Where is the request for the operations and governance review for the board? For WRC?
That hasn't been discussed since we got into 3 rounds of budget.
Yeah, we've been a little bit overwhelmed with trying to come to a decision on what we're gonna charge.
Not an excuse. We focused on the budget because it was, the villages were greatly concerned about getting a budget set for them. So we got that done. The review is not dead by any means. It's just not been focused on right now. So.
How many draft budgets were there, Scott? Maybe you should fill them in on that.
9 draft budgets.
Just a note, I think on page 235, I believe the current rate in the actual contract was $60 for a level 3 and $40 for a level 2. I don't think anything formalized was done at the 105. Am I accurate in my recollection?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I do have a concern just about the exposure for an unknown expense with another board overseeing the governance of those funds. So.
I basically made them very aware that we are authorized to live within our motion, and any said thing over and above that, will you bring back here, and there was no guarantee on anything, so.
Has administration had an opportunity to review the finalized budget for WRC?
Yeah, I think I've taken a look at it. I haven't taken an in-depth look at the final one with the adjusted rates, but I'd kind of taken a look at some of the previous versions. This is Brian from administration.
So, question to the board representatives or to administration. The question would be just around the level of confidence in the current budget as it's drafted, or as it was approved, I guess. In terms of your confidence level, I'm just mindful of some of the changes that I've heard about, like for the 2020 fiscal year, the fact that there was an overage despite being understaffed by one position. And so obviously I've expressed concerns about the exposure for the expense, and I'm just trying to share my rationale for that concern, and it would be based on, say, the performance for 2020 from a fiscal perspective.
I'll say that it's a change for sure, not a willing change, but a change nonetheless. I'm hoping the numbers are within line. I will caveat that with saying that there's still the debt that is owed from before of about 700 some thousand and change from from project design that has to be dealt with. There is some.
Is that integrated into the budget, the debt servicing?
No. There is overages on the bulk water station to the tune of about 50,000. That's not in here. That would be board discuss that and hopefully be able to come to county and get a loan and pay that loan back through the sale of bulk water.
For clarity, some of that is the unauthorized overages.
That's correct. What else was there, Tom? There is stuff in the budget for replacement of vehicles. There is a surplus of vehicles. I think there's 4 or 5 pickups. There'll be some pickups sold.
I think we have very little choice but to go with this budget for a year and see where it goes.
I think that's fair, and nobody knows.
Beg your pardon?
Well, I think you need the data behind going, you need to start somewhere.
Right,
But yeah.
and I think this is the fairest deal that the county has gotten to this point.
There's a lot that we know though now. We know how much water we're going to sell. We know within reason. And we know there was and there was a shortfall in the budget last year because they sold less water. So there isn't, there were some theories out there that it was from water breaks, which makes sense because we sell water in bulk to the villages. Now, if there's a break within that village, it's unaccounted for, right? But WRC still makes that money because that money went into the infrastructure. So there's a reduction in water from last year that we have to account for this year. So it's getting better. Like I honestly say, it's on, but is it nailed down 100%? No, it's a big change. It's a lot better than what it was for us.
Yeah, and like, if there are overages, if there's a shortfall, we're number 2 this time. We're not the main person, right? Standard will be the biggest water taker, county's second, and then Rocky Ford is third. So there'll be incentive for Standard to on top of this. So sort of it is changing the model, which I think is a good thing.
And the bulk water sales were estimated fairly low too, because we have no data. There could be quite a bit of potential there if that truck fill station is able to produce like sell water like even half of what Rocky Ford sells. That'll be a money maker, so that will help start paying off the debt because they have
we've taken a conscious effort to keep all the revenue and all the expenses of that south truck fill station on its own, so that it can be a revenue generator for paying off the overage, like the cost overages and that, so.
What would help, and honestly, would be a big industrial user somewhere in the Gleason area, buy water for whatever needs. That would help a lot, but it's just not there yet, but something we could focus on economic development wise. We have, one of the rare things in this area, we have infrastructure, we have water, we have something there to offer. That's not,
But if industry's looking too at water rates, like when you look at comparable water rates for,
yeah, it's expensive, but it would go down with a bigger user, right? Should go down, I shouldn't say.
So it will go down. Like,
yeah, it would go
we've got
down. It's
fixed
just,
costs,
would it go
right?
down to something that would incentivize somebody to develop and utilize that service? That's, in my opinion, questionable at this time when you look at rates in other municipalities.
I have to understand that we have a plant that's probably running at 25% capacity.
Yes.
So if you could add 50% of capacity to that, that's gonna drop your price of water into, because industrial users always pay more money anyhow, like than the residential. So even if you paid them the same amount as the residential, they'd be getting them.
Which is why Standard's a lot more water. They have a big user.
Right.
Yeah. That pay quite a bit.
Scott?
Yep.
You didn't explain what the overage was last year.
Yeah,
The
he did.
rebate no. They paid a bill twice. So there was no overage last year. They noticed the bill was paid twice towards the end of the year, went into the wrong side, so it's prepaid for the coming year. So I don't even know if there was an overage last year. I'll have to wait for the audited statements.
Well, there likely should have been excess revenue just because of the reduction in staffing. My comments stand, my concerns, I'd be willing to support this for 2021 and then to analyze it at the end of there. Personally, that's my personal position at this point.
Yeah.
It's close to the rate that we authorized.
And the board is, obviously, we'll review this ongoing and know if we're off course here, probably about July. It'll start showing up.
Yeah, and you as board members will be monitoring your financials and hopefully they're accurate enough that you can bring back assessment of that. Just to clarify too, because I have heard some concerning comments about Wheatland County and our governance. By no means did our previous motion intend to exercise any authority over Wheatland Regional Corporation. That's an autonomous separate corporation with separate governance. What our responsibility as Wheatland County councillors is to steward our tax dollars as efficiently as possible. And that motion had nothing to do with board operations or board decisions. The board has the liberty to set rates as they have done and to send those back to our council for consideration. But we have responsibilities here on behalf of our ratepayers as well. And so I realize the two of you have dual roles, sitting on the board and as councillors, but we can't abdicate our responsibilities as councillors because we, buy water services from a corporation. So I think if you can just express that on behalf of, personally, myself to your board, in no way, we completely see WRC as autonomous and you have the liberty to set your budgets as you see fit. But conversely, Wheatland County has the liberty and the responsibility to enter into contracts responsibly and efficiently, so.
I wouldn't have worded it as nicely, but I said something similar to that.
I think I even mentioned it in the motion I made.
But I do mean it because I have heard some concerning comments about the position of the county, and I think it's been reiterated here that we want to see WRC be successful. It's providing a, obviously a critical service to a portion of our municipality, but we just, with that, we have responsibilities, so that we can't forget. Council's wishes.
I'll make the recommendation that council approve administration to negotiate a water and wastewater service agreement with the WRC to provide operational services to the hamlets of Gleason and Rosebud as part of Wheatland County's hybrid water and wastewater service model with a service rate of $48.03 per hour for 2021.
And so just for clarity, that would be a kind of a contract that would be up until the end of 2021, and then it could be brought back for analysis.
Yeah, through the chair, council's wishes on that the negotiated contract will be brought forward before signing and approval. In the meantime, I didn't get to it in the RFD, but there will be an interim agreement just so that we provide services until a final agreement is made.
So your intention with your motion would be for it to be for a 1 year, not, I guess, less than 1 year, but ongoing we would revisit it for beginning of 2022. Obviously, we'd have to look at that late 2021 so that we're poised to have continuity of services.
If I may, through the chair, it seems the past experience shows that the WRC reviews their budgets and then comes forward with new rates every year. This could be an amendment every year or brought back for council's consideration as one of the schedules, similar to what we just did in the potable water agreement.
And I think that's the critical part, is that it come to council for consideration and that the schedules be kept up to date and that they be approved by council.
For sure, that was my intent too, was to make sure our documents are up to date. The agreements are up to date. I know WRC, we're going to do the same thing. Make sure everything's following procedure, and get it into a routine, and then hopefully find some streamlining, maybe not, maybe we have to make some adjustments we'll see. It's been challenging.
Any other questions or discussion? There's a motion on the floor. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, and thanks on behalf of Heather Dougal and Robin Glazier, our realtor and land agent, for signing those so quickly. You and Brian.
You're
Thank
welcome. We'll move to 5.1. There are some actionable items in our correspondence. So we received a request from Chair Lori Huntley of the Golden Hills School Board. She is asking for a meeting with representatives of our council as they're reviewing their advocacy plan to discuss ways in which we might support one another in meeting the needs of our communities. I wanted to bring that to council's attention. I would be happy to meet with Chair Huntley. I'm not sure if Deputy Reeve Clausen might want to join me.
Sure.
We could represent council, bring back anything of relevance to council for consideration.
Or anybody else wants to go.
Yeah, and open, of course, to anybody who would like to join in.
I think for the first meeting that you have with them, I think the chair and the vice chair, Reeve and the deputy Reeve, are be the ones that do it, and if there's anything further after that, then I'll put that motion on.
Questions or discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll arrange a meeting. There was correspondence from Happy Cat Sanctuary requesting consideration for funding.
For the request.
I'll move to accept that as information.
I will share, I know Donna's aware as well, during the Chamber Business Awards, actually, there was a extremely animated, exciting time of donations. Personally, I was able to give a small donation to Happy Cat, and it was amazing just watching the businesses. There was a painting that was being done by a local artist, and they were auctioning that, and And then just businesses started, like, just local business after local business started jumping in, and then there was a challenge to elected officials, and it became a competition. I forget the total, it was between $3,000 and $4,000, I think, that they raised, like in an hour on this online virtual business award. So it was great, just to see that level of support for this agency. So I was happy to see that. I would encourage anybody, who cares about animals, and they do really good work, consider personal donation or supporting the work that these volunteers do. There's a motion to accept for information. Any further discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We also received correspondence from Mayor Kohlberg with the town of Drumheller.
I can speak to that if you want.
Sure, that would be great.
Whoops, I just lost my, yeah, the number 11 bridge that they're talking about is from the south side of Wayne going out into our municipality, and I drove down through there the other day, and yeah, the bridge is in rough shape, and I counted, there's 12 residents that use that road just about daily, getting in and out of the valley, and those are the ones that use it during the day. There's probably another 15 or 20 that use it at any other time during the day, because when they're coming home from Drum, they stop in there, have a couple of beers, and then they go south out of the valley rather than going back all the way to Rosedale and come out. So it is an exit, and it's well used by our residents. So I understand where they're coming from. They requested some help on that a couple of 3-4 years ago, I think, if I remember right. Mike can correct me if I'm wrong, but at that time we didn't do anything. They applied for this grant. They got as it says here, they got a grant for funding for $2,409,000, and their preliminary costs come in at $3.1 million. I don't think it's going to cost that much to fix that bridge. And they've got a shortfall of $690,250, and they're asking if we would consider assisting in some of that. I don't have a problem assisting them, but certainly not half of it.
No.
20% would be $138,000. 15% would be $103,500. So I don't have an issue if council wants to help them for our ratepayers. They have 2-3 ratepayers that are just on the other side in on the south side of the bridge that use it. So they are going to go put it in place. I don't have a problem assisting them. We already assist them with the road maintenance, and we bill them for gravel replacement and grading. And there's a couple of springs that run in there this time of year, and they've got the road covered with ice right now, which happens every winter. And they have the road closed right now. So I don't have an issue helping them. I just not half of it. The other thing I'll mention is there's another hill. It's called Raymond Hill, and it's a mile east of the 56 highway. And since 2009, 2011, Drumheller's been trying to close that hill because it keeps slumping off. And our agreement for maintenance is on that hill also, for gravel placement and maintenance, and then we send them the bill for it. But that hill on Drumheller's side is in need of some major repair work. The hill is sloughed down and covered half the road. And they don't want to spend the money because I'm sure it's in the, I don't know what, Mike could speak to that, how many millions it would cost to go in there and fix that, but 2 or 3 million. And Drumheller doesn't want to do that because that's more or less just basically for our residents. And when we pushed to keep it open the last time, it was because there were still elevators down there, and a lot of the residents out there use the older trucks to get down to the valley with their grain, and they didn't like the 56 because it was too hard on their vehicles. Now, with no elevators down there, they're using B trains, A trains, whatever you want, and they're all jaked, and so it's not as big an issue. They still use it, but I don't don't think Drumheller's gonna spend any money on it, and I can't see us going in there and giving them a couple of $1 million to fix the hill. So, haven't had a chance to talk to any of the residents out there yet, but I do know the one that farms most of that land around there does not use street ends anymore to get down into the valleys and across. That was just a sidebar, but the request that they're having, I don't have a problem assisting them to be 15%, but I wouldn't go any further than.
So two options, we could consider a resolution for that, or if you wanted to direct administration to prepare an RFD with an option to consider funding a portion of the balance.
Yeah, through the chair, I would recommend that, just because we've just received this request and we don't know a definite split in traffic volumes or anything like that. Councillor Armstrong is correct. Actually, just to clarify, it is more around 300,000 to repair that other hill we're talking about, not in the millions, but still we are looking at shutting that down because it's still underutilized. So that's sidebar clarification. But yeah, I think I'd recommend that we just bring back some information. We'll talk to their administration and put together something that makes sense.
And I'll put a motion on the floor to have our administration approach Drumheller and discuss the letter that they've sent us and bring back a.
Can I ask a question? Is it common for the STIP program, 2.4 million, and then it comes in at the actual cost of 3.1? Is that common that it's underfunded? Like,
yeah, so STIP program for local roads and bridges is 75 to 25%. So municipality always submits up to 25. This is 77%, so I imagine there's some engineering that they got paid for as well.
And I'm sure that this program, the STIP program, I'm sure they had that other bridge in. It was probably a combined request, because there's another one down there, bridge number 5 or 6, that is under repair right now that they're working on. And I'm sure it was by that. That's probably why it didn't cover fully the two of them. It's one bridge that they're talking about.
There's a motion on the floor requesting administration bring back an RFD with more information. Any other questions or discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We had one other piece of correspondence that was requesting an action. The Wheatland County Food Bank is looking at perhaps securing or building a larger space. They're applying for a community facility enhancement program fund, and they are looking for a letter of support for the Wheatland County Food Bank and the service that they provide for our communities for inclusion with their grant application.
I'll move that recommendation. To send the letter of
to draft
support.
A letter of support.
I'll support that.
Councillor Wilson has moved. Any questions or discussion? Motion is carried. Balance of the correspondence is more for information. I believe the Wheatland Regional Corporation was addressed through 4.44 and 4.43. I don't believe there were action items arising from any of the other correspondence, so perhaps a motion to accept the balance of the correspondence for information. Councillor Eichert has moved. Any discussion? Motion is carried. Prior to us moving into closed session, can each councillor please affirm that they're in a private setting where they will be the only person able to access confidential information in order to uphold our council code of conduct? If Councillor Kester can affirm, and the rest of council is in council chambers and will be in a private setting, I'll move us into closed session. Is anybody opposed? Motion is carried. There'll just be a couple of minutes while we switch over to the closed session line. You bet.